everyone for being here. Let me start over. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you everyone for being here. And I will pass it over to Kelly for roll call.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Romack?
Here.
Mayor Henderson?
Here.
Councilmember Klostad?
Here.
And Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if everyone would stand and please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Before we get to public comment, two things I wanted to mention. I am Vice Mayor Romack. You will note that Mayor Henderson is joining us via Zoom. So I will be running the meeting here in the room, but Mayor is with us. We just felt due to the nature of technology issues, sometimes it would be easiest to have someone in person run the meeting. And one other comment I would like to make before we get into public comments as well. And that is, with an election just 2 weeks away, there is much discussion, debate, and disagreement happening in regards to both local and state elections. We have an engaged and passionate community, so it is important that these discussions and debates continue while also remaining civil in order for citizens to make informed decisions. We are all aware of the Truckee way, a philosophy that the town has adopted on the way to conduct business and treat others. And I found there were two statements included in the Truckee way that I thought would be appropriate to reflect on and guide the community through these next 2 weeks and beyond. They include, we will treat everyone and their point of view with respect, courtesy, and fairness. And we will separate the people from the problem, no personal attacks or assignments of blame. Thank you. And with that, we will move on to public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items that are not on the agenda. Please state your name for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. And as a reminder, we will not take any action or discuss items brought up during public comment. And also, there is a timer to my left, your right, that will show you your 3 minutes. And we do have a very packed agenda tonight. So at 3 minutes, I will ask you to please conclude your remarks. And also make sure that you turn the microphone on. If the red light is not on, please hit that button.
Red light's on.
Perfect. Take it away. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Clarence Oddbody. I live at the Truckee Donner Senior Apartments, and I do the wish box for the low-income seniors that live there. This program's been going on for 30 years. I've been the custodian for the last 16. I'm asking all of Truckee to come together to help me make Christmas for the people that built this town, who were in the service industry. I need gift cards to Safeway, Visa, Save Mart, and Walmart. I need small gifts of towels, sheets, blenders, coffee makers. I need people to bring goodie bag items, anything. I love surprises. And I need someone to donate the cost of the meat portion of the party meal that we have done, but not for the last 2 years. We have 20 new residents, and I want to welcome them. You have until the 8th of December to be matched. What you do is call me at 530-587-5152 and tell me you want to be matched with a resident for their gift card or their wish, and I will do that. This is my gift to them. There are 65 residents, 64 of them we are covering. I get nothing. This is my gift to myself. I also have an email of xmas.wish@hotmail.com, and I wish the town knew how important this is to them. And I thank all my elves, and a few of the council members are them, for adopting someone, and I appreciate your time, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Todd Babarovich. I live here in Truckee. Thank you for having me here. Hi, town staff. I'm here to talk to you today about an issue of safety. Specifically, I am addressing the Legacy Trail and what has happened this year. I think last year was a good Christmas for a lot of people, and they found e-bikes under their trees. That, and along with just the whole pandemic, the volume of everything on the Legacy Trail has increased. And it's a great trail. We're trying to keep it that way. What I have found is the increase in the e-bikes comes along with an increase in speed. And when they're passing pedestrians, there's often times when that speed is pretty fast and they're very close. I know that we have a law where cars have to give right of way to bikes. It's almost like we have to have bubbles around pedestrians as well. And I do acknowledge that there are a lot more pedestrians out there today too. So this issue that I'm talking about is the speed associated with e-bikes. We just had an article in the Moonshine Inc. addressing a recent unfortunate accident, and we want to prevent that from happening anymore. So I am here to encourage you all to do what you can to expedite what seems to be a growing concern. Everybody that I've talked to has said, yes, we have heard. I'm looking now to try and get some action. I understand there is a larger effort underway to develop longer-term standards and goals. In the meantime, if we could get the word out so that we don't have another incident. Some of my neighbors have given up on the Legacy Trail. I don't want to. I really don't. So again, I'm looking for enforcement. I know that there is, depending upon where you look, inconsistencies with what is the law. What can we support? And I most recently received one from the Truckee Trails Foundation, and I understand they are who you look to a lot for advice. And under this, Ordinance 10.21.050 regards the reckless operation of bicycles, skateboards, skates, and other similar vehicles on trails. There's 5 sub-bullet points to this, and including things like operation in such a manner as to lose control of the vehicle, or operation in such a manner as to result in a collision.
And thank you very much for your public comments.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? All right, we will close public comment. And up next, we have our presentations. And the first one this evening is the Military Appreciation Week Proclamation. And I believe we have Tracy Hart with us here tonight. If you want to join me at the podium, is Tracy here?
It doesn't look like she's made it yet.
Okay. Should we skip ahead to another presentation? Or just go ahead and I can read the proclamation?
I would go ahead and read it.
Okay, I'll go get it at the podium. I'll just bring it back over here. All right, this is a proclamation for Military Appreciation Week. Whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining our freedoms and way of life, and whereas November 11th, 11 a.m., the Truckee community will come together to recognize our veterans at a ceremony held at Victory Plaza, followed by lunch at Veterans Hall. And whereas Nevada County is home to more than 8,500 veterans with services offered to eligible veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses. And whereas Beale Air Force Base is located adjacent to Nevada County with 7,000 active duty military, civilian, and contractor personnel, with another 8,000 retirees and dependents for a total of 15,000 people. And whereas our veterans and active duty military are brave and selfless individuals who, when duty calls, willingly put themselves in harm's way to defend the lives and liberty of others. And whereas Gold Star families continue to provide sacrifice as they survive the loss of their loved ones who provided the ultimate sacrifice for our country. And whereas the abiding patriotism and enduring devotion to the ideals on which the United States is founded can never fail to inspire us. And whereas support for the sacred duty that active duty personnel provide and veterans sacrificed for to keep us safe and ensure our freedom remains true, brings us together. And now therefore be it hereby proclaimed that on behalf of the mayor of the town of Truckee, it is hereby proclaimed November 5th through 13th, 2022 as Military Appreciation Week in Truckee. Be it further proclaimed that the entire community is encouraged to show their support and appreciation for our veterans, Gold Star families, and active duty military personnel and families by participating in associated activities of Military Appreciation Week and throughout the year. Thank you. Will you please join me in a round of applause? All right, up next we have another proclamation. And this proclamation is for Extra Mile Day, which is taking place on November 1st, 2022. And this one I will again be reading. Whereas the town of Truckee is a community which acknowledges that a special vibrancy exists in the entire community when its individual citizens collectively go the extra mile in personal effort, volunteerism, and service. And whereas the Truckee community has consistently volunteered tens of thousands of hours annually to help seniors, honor veterans, build trails, educate women, educate youth, feed our hungry, clean waterways, clean streets, construct safe dwellings, construct parks, and countless other efforts, large and small. And whereas Truckee is a community which recognizes the efforts of its citizens to maximize their personal contribution to the community by giving of themselves wholeheartedly and with total effort, commitment, and conviction to their individual ambitions, family, friends, and community. And whereas Truckee is a community which chooses to shine a light on and celebrate individuals and organizations within its community who go the extra mile in order to make a difference and lift up fellow community members. And whereas Truckee acknowledges the mission of the Extra Mile America to create 550 extra mile cities in America and is proud to support Extra Mile Day on November 1st, 2022. Now, therefore, on behalf of the mayor of the town of Truckee, I hereby proclaim that November 1st, 2022 will be Extra Mile Day. I urge each individual in the community to take the time on this day to not only go the extra mile in his or her own life, but to also acknowledge all of those who are inspirational in their efforts and commitment to make their organizations, families, community, country, or world a better place. Thank you very much. Let's do a round of applause for Extra Mile Day, too. All right, and up next on our presentations, we have a Sierra Buttes Trail presentation by Greg Williams. And Greg, I invite you to come up to the podium.
Good evening. Is this thing working? Do I get to present? Thanks for having me. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Greg Williams. I'm the Executive Director, Sierra Buttes Trails Stewardship. Also a descendant of the Deer Creek Band of Northern Sierra Miwok in Nevada City, Grass Valley. I represent today, Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship. We're in the business of revitalizing mountain communities, and we use trails as a tool to be able to do that. We also support severely disadvantaged communities. If you head north out of here into Sierra, Plumas, Lassen counties, our communities are struggling. And a lot of that is because we're surrounded by national forest, and the jobs traditionally have come from resource extraction. So trying to bring economic growth, working families back into a region. And we're also at the headwaters of the largest watershed in the Sierra Nevada, the Feather River. So we deliver 65% of California's clean drinking water. So feel like people should pay attention to our region. And I also want to recognize we're in the homeland of the Miwok, the Nisenan, the Maidu, the Washoe, and the Paiute tribes, and want to recognize them through recreation and trails and share the history. And we also want to share good times with good people. So thanks for having me. We got our nonprofit status in 2003, and it really came from the need to be able to take care of the trails right there where I was living at the time in Downeyville. And we got our nonprofit status, and since then we've built over 100 miles of trail on federal lands. We've contributed over 100,000 hours of volunteer labor and maintained well over 1,500 miles of trail. And last year, at the height of the season, before the Dixie Fire, we had 72 full-time employees. And when the fire broke out, we went down to 13. And I'm happy to tell you that this year, we are back up to 66 full-time employees. So we are resilient and a smart little cohesive group of people living in the woods, taking care of your biggest watershed. So we're funded to create a Trails Master Plan. And this funding comes through Sierra Nevada Conservancy, Prop 68 funds. The project's called Connected Communities. And the idea is to bring in an economy back into these towns and build resilience, and we didn't know it at the time, but recover from major wildfires. So this is Connected Communities. This is kind of a caricature cartoon, if you'll have it, of the towns we're gonna connect. And Truckee is the southernmost gateway. It includes Reno, all the way up to Susanville, Chester. It had Greenville. We lost the town of Greenville in the Dixie Fire. Very unfortunate, but at the same time, this project is at the heart of that community. Why people will stay in that community, why people will decide to open businesses, and why people will decide to visit is because of really high quality, world-class recreation. So in our region, and your region, this is our region, Northern Sierra, we have the Pacific Crest Trail that comes through our zone. And it's a national scenic trail. It's open to hiking and equestrian. We have a new vision, and that's this Lost Sierra route and how we're gonna connect these towns. And it's gonna be what we call a trail for everyone. And with this acronym of IDEA, so inclusion, diversity, equity, and access, this will be a trail for everyone, including motorcycles, mountain bikes, e-bikes, hikers, equestrians, and it's going to travel over 600 miles to connect these towns. And what's interesting is 600 miles of single track trail is actually 188 acres of ground disturbance. So we just lost 1 million acres last year in the Dixie Fire. So we feel like this is a great contribution to our economy with minimal impact. This is why it's going to work. It's the third largest economy in the United States. Almost $900 billion goes into recreation. So trail sports is $200 billion. And we're going to hit all these aspects of fishing, motorcycles, wheel sports, camping. Everybody's welcome. Come visit us. Bring your wallets. So for the first 2 years of this project, we went through a pandemic, went through a wildfire, but we also were focused on gaining support, answering questions, going to meetings. This project has unprecedented support. It has Butte, Sierra, Lassen, Plumas, Nevada County, all signed on to this. I'm here to ask for a letter of support from the town of Truckee. We have the city of Susanville, city of Loyalton, city of Portola. We have every land trust. Again, this is a project that has unprecedented support. We've done our due diligence to answer any questions and any concerns, and we're very confident this project fits well within the town of Truckee. This is the map that's been created through 2 years of community output or engagement, input, and it connects. It's over 600 miles of trail that will connect all these communities. This is the northernmost end of it, up into Susanville, Westwood, Chester, bringing us back into Truckee. We knew about a project called the East Zone Connectivity and Restoration Project at the time, so we plugged right into that. This is going to be the gateway that we're kicking off next summer with 10 miles of construction. We just put in for another extension with Sierra Nevada Conservancy to connect Truckee to Loyalton and Susanville. We've also been working with Nevada to connect into Verdi and to Reno off this project. And so while we're talking about fire, we've been working really closely with the Plumas National Forest to look at how we reimagine ourselves and how we reimagine trails. These are trails that can be used as permanent and sustained control fire lines, using back burning off of trails, and using trails for ingress and egress for firefighters. So a new way of thinking about trails. And through this project, we've also recognized 11 recreation zones with Main Street trailheads, learning landscapes, so there'll be interpretive signage, stacked loop trails with ADA accessibility, as well as adaptive trails. And this meets the 30 by 30 initiative, a few of the goals tied into that. This is the project that we're starting right now that connect Truckee with Susanville and, Sierraville, Loyalton. And so this is a $40 million project to start. So I'm gonna die somewhere on that map. This is my legacy. This is my, this is what I'm working on. This is where we're at. We have many projects that are in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We're starting here in Truckee with that East Zone project. So there will be opportunities for community members to come out and volunteer. We'll also be seeking people that want to work. There's going to be job opportunities for youth and for adults. Our timeline, we've been pretty steady at this, 2030. I want to be able to enjoy this in my lifetime, so I'm putting my head down. 2030. And these are some of the methods. I mean, we're turning couch cushions everywhere we look. We're matching grant funds. We have this Vision Circle program, which is for individual donors. Encourage any of you that are holding to not hold out. Help us move this project forward. We need $168,000 to unlock $2.6 million in grant funds. So if any of you want to contribute, glad to hear from you at the end of this, or you can email me. We also have Partner Collective, which we just signed on. Truckee Tahoe Lumber Company as one of our partners, Dolan Auto Group in Reno. So companies that aren't just outdoor oriented, but companies that are here for your community that want to see this forward. You can certainly contact me again. And this is my email, this is my phone number, this is our website, and just very much thank you for the opportunity, hearing me out, and would appreciate a letter of support from the town council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. We appreciate that presentation. And just to clarify, the letter of support will be part of our consent calendar. So we'll take action on that later. And how we typically do this is we have all the presenters go first, and then we'll come back to council for questions and any public comment. So Greg, if you don't mind grabbing a seat, and if we have questions, we'll ask you them in a little bit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and up next, we have another presentation. Katie Ford will be presenting the Sierra Business Council Green Business Certification Program.
And Madam Vice Mayor, if I could just take a moment to introduce Katie. Katie is the Climate and Energy Planning Technician with Sierra Business Council, and I've had the pleasure of working with her for probably a little over a year at this point in developing and launching and sort of spreading the wings on the Green Business Certification Program here in Truckee. So super excited to be working with her on that. Your council might recall we have in our budget $10,000 of partner funding to support this program. So we're currently working on the logistics to execute that contract to continue to support this program here in Truckee. So we'll turn it over to Katie, and I'll pull up your slides for you.
Thank you, Hillary. Appreciate it. There we are. So thank you for having me this evening, and thank you for those who have seen some iteration of this presentation in the last few weeks. I've been kind of on an outreach kick. As Hillary mentioned, I am Katie Ford, and I work just right across the way at Sierra Business Council as a climate and energy technician under the climate and energy team, as well as the new coordinator of the California Green Business Program Sierra chapter. So we are the Sierra chapter, as you can see, Placer in Nevada County up there right above Lake Tahoe. We are housed under CAGBIN, the California Green Business Network, and we work to help small and medium-sized businesses operate more sustainably and work towards their green business certification. As you see on the map, the darker green are the established programs. The gray is the areas for potential, and the light green are the upcoming in the pipeline programs who are ready to launch next year. So pretty comprehensive. I think that's a really great representation of the work that California is doing, and I'm excited to represent a more rural region. As you see, Northern California is largely unrepresented, so we are kind of the first to take a stab at serving the more rural regions. So through the lens of a business, why get certified? Why become a green business through CAGBIN? Beyond my technical assistance that they receive, you are, or the businesses are receiving or reducing energy, water, and waste bills, as well as conserving those resources. You're conserving energy, water, and diverting a lot of waste from landfills. You're also receiving incredible marketing advantages. Consumers these days are valuing businesses who go above and beyond and who are valuing taking that extra step to sustainability, as well as employees are also making those decisions as well. And you are joining a consortium of like-minded businesses. So as I grow our program in Truckee, you are joining forces, you're able to do business with other like-minded businesses and just get that notoriety within our community. And I won't read through all of these. Most sectors are served. We do recognize we can't hit all of them, and if I find in town that there is a sector that isn't represented, I can go back to the folks at CAGBIN and create a new checklist to serve those. And within our certification, we have 6 primary impact areas. These categories are energy, pollution prevention, solid waste, transportation, water, and wastewater. So I'll go into that in a little bit, what that looks like. For a business, you reach out to me via email or find our website under the greenbusinesscalifornia.org Sierra Business chapter page, and I conduct a site visit. So for example, Mountain Lotus Yoga in town is a certified green business. So if you practice there, you can kind of practice conscious free. They have undergone an extensive compliance checklist with myself under the certification. And so first we start with the site visit. We kind of use this as a benchmarking opportunity to see where you're at baseline, and then we move forward through the proprietary checklist through Green Biz Portal. So depending on which sector you are operating in, yoga studios are under fitness, restaurants have their own checklist. We go through those compliance checklists. There is no general timeline. This can take a business up to a month, depending on how gung-ho they are, up to 6 months. I work with whatever capacity the business has. And we work through this checklist. We have check-ins, and then I conduct a second site visit to verify the changes that we've discussed, and then certification. This is obviously a very simplified version of what happens. So yeah, it can take upwards of a year. We just work with the business to find a timeline that works for them. And my latest case study in town is RMU Truckee, and they have set really ambitious goals. So they are on the higher end of certification, of the certification timeline. I've been working with them for about 6 months, and we have set the goal for October 31st for them to be completely certified. We just have a few more measures for them to reach. And listed over there are a few of their efforts that they've really meticulously complied with. So they've replaced toilets to become low-flow toilets. As many of you know, that is a historic building, so it hasn't been updated in quite some time. And their biggest task has been finding a solution for solar to go over their parking lot. So we've been playing around with that. And like I mentioned in the previous slide, you have access to this network of like-minded businesses in town. So we've worked with Mountain Lotus to work with the same contractor that they use to put the solar array on their building. So just connecting those dots there. And so why Truckee? Why do we need this program? As many of you know, we are a passionate and community of change makers, and we have an extensive portfolio of sustainability programs as it is, but the Green Business Program kind of fills that gap for the businesses to take the next step in sustainability. And whether we like it or not, we're a tourist-based economy, and consumers are valuing businesses who go above and beyond in these sustainability standards. So the Green Business Program definitely helps to address that. And looking ahead, I am looking to certify 5 new Truckee businesses. So I am in the outreach cycle. So please spread the word of the Green Business Network. And I think I also brushed over the $500 rebate incentive. That's actually one of the biggest the biggest perks for businesses. So each business receives $500 to go towards their certification, whether you install low-flow toilets, green materials purchasing, whatever that looks like for your business. That's my main draw and way to get businesses in. So yeah, email me with any questions, concerns, suggestions. My email is right up there, kford@sierrabusiness.org. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Katie. And if you don't mind sticking around as well, we'll take questions after all the presentations. Up next, we'll invite Chief Renfro to present on the Pink Patch Breast Cancer Awareness.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Danny Renfro, your interim police chief. So tonight I'm going to be presenting on the Pink Patch Project of 2022. And it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, providing an opportunity to educate individuals on the early warning signs of breast cancer and increase access to life-saving prevention methods like mammograms. The National Breast Cancer Foundation's theme this year is RISE, which is Rally and Screening Everyone, with the goal to ensure people, especially those in marginalized communities, have the opportunity to receive cancer screenings and support in their personal health journey. Some statistics there is breast cancer is the second leading cause of death in women in the U.S. 47% of women put off or postpone preventative services due to costs. And an estimated just over 2,700 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and approximately 330 will die. So this year, all law enforcement agencies in Nevada County participate. We've had an addition to the group of 4, which is Nevada County Probation this year. You can also purchase the patches, each one of these patches individually for $10 a piece, or $20 for the challenge coin that you can see in the black box there. You can buy a $45 for the Nevada County Bundle Patch, which is the 5-pack, or $65 for the Mega Pack, which is 5 and the challenge coin. This year's project, all proceeds from the project are donated to the Gene Upshaw Memorial Tahoe Forest Cancer Center to support cancer research efforts and provide assistance to local residents. Patches and coins may be purchased at Tahoe Forest Foundation, located at 11075 Donner Pass Road. And if anybody wants to buy one tonight, I do have a whole pack in the back if anybody's interested in making a purchase and a donation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Renfro. And up next, we have item 5.6. We have Chris Hardy. He's our Chief Information Security and Technology Officer, and he will be presenting on Cyber Awareness Month.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Chris Hardy. I'm the Chief Information Security and Technology Officer for the town of Truckee. Oh, thank you. Let's try that again. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Chris Hardy. I'm the Chief Information Technology and Security Officer for the town of Truckee. So today I'm going to go over Cybersecurity Awareness Month and its importance. So let's get started. So what is Cybersecurity Awareness Month? For 19 years now, Cybersecurity Awareness Month has been a collaborative effort between government and industry. This year, President Joe Biden officially proclaimed October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month to raise awareness about the importance of cybersecurity, seeking to ensure that everyone has the resources they need to be safer and more secure online. Our lives have moved more and more into the virtual realm. And as we prepare for the upcoming holidays, October is the ideal time for our citizens and staff to learn about their cyber presence and the role that cybersecurity plays in keeping them, their friends, and their family, and even our town, safe and secure. Cybersecurity Awareness Month showcases the importance of a safer, more secure, and resilient cyber world. The town of Truckee is a proud participant of Cybersecurity Awareness Month through training, outreach, and partnerships. Cybersecurity may seem frightening and intimidating at first glance, but most cybersecurity is best practices and just common sense. The best way to ensure you're cyber safe is to learn what kind of attacks there are and what we're vulnerable to. And the easiest way is learning to defeat them. Okay, so cybercrime, what is it? We don't often consider whether or not people we interact with online might be breaking the law. But legal wrongdoing is just as prevalent on the internet as it is in the physical world. Cybercrime is any crime committed electronically. We all want a safer world to live in, and it's clear now, more than ever, that computers and other internet-connected devices are part of that world. Being safe on the computer is often very similar to being safe in your daily offline routine. You wouldn't want to leave your car unlocked in the middle of a crowded city, so why not apply these same safety principles to your online life? Just briefly, a bad actor, which was what we're going to cover, is anyone looking to make trouble for you or your computer system. And hackers use computers and other digital devices to gain unauthorized access to information or damage computer systems. So we're going to cover a few things that these bad actors do and how they gain access to these systems. So sometimes bad actors don't need computers to gain access to your system. Social engineering is when bad actors gather commonly available information about you and the things that you care about in order to trick you into revealing information or giving unauthorized access to information systems. Social engineering attacks can be quite sophisticated and are not always easy to recognize. This includes attacks such as phishing, swatting, and more. So why should you care? Social engineering attacks don't require superpowered programming skills to be successful. The information that you post on social media and other sharing platforms may make you especially vulnerable to this attack, and it may be difficult to tell when you're being targeted. Phishing. Phishing is a kind of social engineering attack in which bad actor poses as a trusted or reputable source and sends fraudulent digital messages, such as emails, with the intent of manipulating individuals into revealing personal information, protected information, or with the intent of gaining unauthorized access to a system through a link. So why should you care? Phishing attacks are some of the most common and most successful types of cybersecurity attacks. Learning how to recognize fraudulent messages by paying close attention to detail and never clicking on embedded hyperlinks, as well as remembering to report phishing attempts when you are targeted, are the best ways to defeat this kind of attack. Malware. Malware is short for malicious software. It's software intended to damage, disable, or give someone unauthorized access to your computer or other internet-connected devices. This can include adware, botnets, ransomware, rootkits, spyware, viruses, worms, and a lot of other things, but ultimately it's used to exploit things called vulnerabilities. Most cybercrime begins with some sort of malware. You and your family and your personal information are almost certainly at risk if malware finds its way to your computer or devices. Ransomware. It's easy to forget how valuable the information we store on our computers and devices really is. Family photos, financial information, address books, homework and assignments. So much of our life is stored digitally. Ransomware is a type of malware in which the attacker encrypts a victim's data to make it inaccessible and often locking a person completely out of their systems. Well, then the attacker demands ransom to release and unencrypt that information. So why should you care? These fees extorted by cyber criminals through ransomware can be extreme or prohibitive. And one of the things that I think is really interesting is that this year there's been over $5 trillion in damages done through ransomware attacks. It is the third largest economy in the world, with exception to the United States and China. So, what are we doing in the IT department for the town of Truckee to protect the town and the citizens' data? Today we have some recent security enhancements for the town of Truckee that I'd like to discuss. There are many more that I wish I could show this town, but knowledge of our infrastructure gives bad actors an advantage. Either way, we're proud of the strides that we've been making to protect your data, and we're committed to staying one step ahead of our adversaries. So here's some of the things that we've rolled out recently. The town of Truckee recently deployed a vulnerability scanning solution that highlights out-of-date and vulnerable areas of our network and our devices. So what's a vulnerability? A vulnerability is a weakness in an information system, security system procedures, internal controls, or implementation that could be exploited or triggered by a threat source. Vulnerability management is a process of identifying, classifying, mitigating, and remediating system vulnerabilities. So what does that even mean? Remember before when we were talking about malware? Many malwares utilize vulnerabilities to gain access to our systems. Patch the vulnerability, the malware is stopped in its tracks. Since implementing a scanning solution at the town of Truckee in July, the town's IT department has patched over 38,000 vulnerabilities. 2.6 thousand of them were critical and actively exploited by attackers. So what does that mean? It means if somebody clicked the link in the town and they were on the town network, that malware would not exploit that vulnerability, still protecting the town. It's a failsafe. Immutable backups. The town's moved to an immutable backup solution. Immutable backups are a way to snapshot a moment in time for our systems. After gaining access to a network, bad actors target the backups. If they damage, alter, or destroy the data and you have a backup, it doesn't take long for us to recover. Attackers will sabotage those backups, then execute the attacks such as ransomware, knowing that you have no out. Immutable backups have a mechanism in place to prevent any changes to backups or their retention. To date, we have successfully taken over 42,000 full and incremental backups of our system. This protects the town if breached and aids in compliance standards. Enhanced multi-factor authentication. Last month, Rockstar Games is a company that's worth more than $5 billion, was breached due to a consultant's account being compromised. The bad actor got the user's credentials and attempted to log in repeatedly. The consultant repeatedly got multi-factor authentications to his phone and ultimately approved because the prompts were annoying. It can happen to a $5 billion company. It can happen to us. All town accounts have complex passwords and multi-factor authentication enforced. Recently, I was at a cybersecurity event hosted by the California National Guard and noticed how they were achieving even more secure multi-factor authentication. Upon return, Logan McDonald on my team researched how they did this and accomplished rolling out enhanced multi-factor authentication to all town employees in August. At a high level, this is a very easy and no-cost way of dramatically increasing our security around identity and access to town resources. Privileged remote access. Remember when that consultant got access to Rockstar's network? I'm very proud to let you know that we no longer have any users outside of town employees with access to the town's network. The IT department recently rolled out a first-class solution that gives remote access to our partners and vendors without giving them network access. These needs are now facilitated through a privileged remote access application that gives access to exactly what those users need and nothing else. This is known as zero trust. When another organization or user is compromised, the town of Truckee is safe. These are things that help me sleep at night. Lastly, I want to highlight a recent example of where our continuous user cybersecurity trainings have been working. Earlier, we went over phishing attacks. Last week, 49 of our users received a malicious email that appeared to come from an @townofTruckee email address. This email asked users to click and sign a malicious attachment. We immediately had 2 employees forward the email to IT as suspicious. This was not a test. This was a genuine phishing attempt made to inboxes, and fast-acting town employees thwarted it. IT removed the email from users' inboxes quickly and securely. This is the benefit of having a cyber-aware team. So, just for the town, here's some ways that you can better protect yourself. So, secure networks. Wireless routers are a way for cyber criminals to access your online devices. Secure your Wi-Fi by changing the factory set default router, password, and username. If you connect it, protect it. One proven defense against intrusion is updating the latest virus protection software. If you're putting something into your device, such as a USB or external hard drive, make sure your device's security software scans it for viruses and malware. Stay up to date. Keep software updated to the latest version and set security software to scan regularly. Secure your web browsers and operating systems by turning on automatic updates so that you don't have to think about it. Double your login protection. Please enable multi-factor authentication on everything that you want secure. Your bank accounts, even your children's information. If there's an option for multi-factor, please use it. MFA ensures that the only person who has access to your account is you. MFA is an extra layer of protection for your accounts, often in the form of a text, email, or automated phone call that you receive after you've entered a password to confirm that you are in fact you and not someone unauthorized trying to log into your account. So this is the conclusion of my Cybersecurity Awareness Month brief. I'd like to thank you all for your time. If you have any questions, concerns, comments, please feel free to reach out to me on the information provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, and for all your hard work. All right, up next we have presentation 5.7, Jen Calloway, Town Manager Report.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, everybody. We certainly have a lot of energy in our IT department and a lot of skill in this area. And we are a hyper-aware organization, given what we went through a year ago. So the number of attacks that have happened since then, it just really speaks to the amount of diligence everybody in the community needs to use when it comes to cybersecurity. So Chris, thank you and your team for your efforts in that. Just a couple quick updates tonight, because we do have a full agenda. Want to remind everybody that our snowplow competition is running through October 28th. If you have students that are interested in naming a snowplow, they can submit their entries via our website. And then for the rest of the manager's report, I'm going to turn it over to Judy, our town clerk, and she's just going to speak for a few moments on campaign signs, because we are having a number of issues with campaign signs, and she will give some updates on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So we have had a bit of an uptick in campaign sign issues this year, and typically it's a cycle every 2 years when we have candidates in the town. We have some level of issues with campaign signs. Both the size and placement of the signs are important, and there is some guidance on the town's website for folks about sign size, 16 square feet. Overall signs on a private parcel, you could probably put about 5 signs up for your favorite candidates. It can't impede the traffic flow. You can't put them in roundabouts. You can't put them in irrigated landscaped areas around our roundabouts or around our sidewalk areas. So currently, our code enforcement officers have received a large number of complaints this year. So they are starting to confiscate those signs that are not placed properly. So I wanted to kind of mention to all candidates, not just council candidates, that there are sign regulations, that those signs are being removed, and so they're not being stolen. So we do have a collection of signs now that we've removed from improper locations. So just wanted to remind everybody to let their volunteers know as they're out there placing signs on your behalf to pay attention to the regulations, or the signs are lost. So thanks for your time.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, we are confiscating and we will be fining at this point for the number of violations. And the purpose of the rules is so everybody has an equal playing field. So we just want to make sure we're consistent for all of those running for office this campaign season. And that is all we have tonight.
Thank you very much, Judy and Jen. That concludes our presentation. So I will look to my fellow council members. If you have any questions or comments, Councilmember Zabriskie, if you'd like to go first on any of the presentations we just heard.
I have just one for Mr. Williams and then one for Ms. Ford. And so, Mr.
If you'd
Williams,
like to,
if you could
come up to the podium.
And my question is, by having trails for everyone, how are you resolving conflicts between equestrians and motorbike riders and then hikers?
Yeah, excuse me. Really just through quality trail design. A lot of the trails we experience, especially up north, were designed by miners to get from point A to point B. The sight lines are poor. The running grades are really steep. So just having an eye for mixed use in the design phase. And then, bringing everybody together through education and ultimately barbecues. Bringing everybody together to enjoy each other and learn from each other and respect each other. And that's, I think, one of the advantages we have as a trail stewardship, and then working with groups like Truckee Trails Foundation, Truckee Dirt Union, Truckee Dirt Riders, bring all these user groups together to help plan and build and maintain these trails really brings a level of stewardship and community involvement to the project.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ford, I was wondering, I didn't understand if there's a particular standard that applies for the certification program or if it's a case-by-case analysis?
It is a case-by-case analysis by the sector that you operate in. Is that, like, say, from a restaurant to a home office, have different checklists that we walk through with them.
Is it a matter of having a certain efficiency level, a certain reduction, or?
Right, it's tough. Yeah, it's tough unless I walk you through the portal. Each sector, say within the energy checklist, have different measures to comply with.
Okay.
So say you replace your light bulbs to a certain standard. It's tough because each checklist is very unique and specific to the business.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Councilmember Cliffstead?
No questions, just a couple of comments. Seriously, third largest economy in the world? That just blows my mind. And thank you for all that you're doing to protect us. And I hope other agencies out there are doing the same. My only other comment is on the Sierra Green Business Council, Green Business Certification by the Sierra Business Council. While I'm thrilled with the $500 contribution towards these improvements, this really is a huge impact on our greenhouse gas emissions and our efficiencies and reducing our energy impacts, waste. And so I'm just going to plant the seed that potentially we could look at in the budget process or in our retreat, considering increasing that amount to something more substantial. Times have changed, prices have gone up. I would like to support our businesses more robustly.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi?
I'm going to have another budget tie-in too, so that was really good. Thank you. I just want to say thanks to Greg for being here. I'm actually surprised. This is the first time we've even had you here and heard about it at council because you've been working so hard for so many years, and it's always a pleasure to get to talk to you and see your vision and experience what you guys are doing on the ground. So just thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, and keep up the amazing work. On that budget one, I was going to suggest potentially in our next budget cycle as well, we look at that low-hanging fruit $5,000 donor level through our community connectivity priority projects as well, and at least bring up a consideration of a contribution to that project in addition to our letter of support that we'll be sending during consent, because on that connectivity piece, bringing us closer to our Northern Sierra neighbors, specifically through multimodal transportation and trails, to me, couldn't fit any better as well. So also just wanted to plant that seed for our budget workshop this spring, and just wish Greg the best and keep it up. So thank you. On to Ms. Ford. I do have a couple questions for you quickly. I was just wondering, kind of along the same lines yet again, I'm sure the range is quite large. I mean, talking about physically installing solar panels when there aren't any in a parking lot in a shared parking structure for a place like RMU, pretty challenging, permits, construction costs, things like that. But, just sort of in your experience, do you have any average costs for some of the different sectors, like a restaurant versus retail versus a service-based business?
Are you talking about solar specifically or to
No, like the
comply?
whole package, yeah.
Yeah, so the checklist, RMU has 71 measures to comply with. And what's on the checklist through GreenBiz portal, there's more than 71. So they have an option to pick and choose. So that's really like that breakdown. I just couldn't, because they can pick and choose which ones they want to go after. So if they don't want to replace their light bulbs, they can work on other measures. So the cost is really, couldn't.
It's not an all.
No,
you don't have to
one size
check
fits all.
100% of the boxes for that particular sector.
That just wouldn't be realistic for a company, for a business to do.
It's a point system, right?
It is, yeah. So For the restaurant, I think it's 71 measures to comply with, but there are more than 71 are on the checklist.
That's great. And I know you're also working with Visit Truckee Tahoe on like a
Yeah.
lodging specific vertical. Can you speak to that a little bit or not?
I literally just met with them an hour ago, so I can't. I'm still wrapping my head around it, but we are in talks with them.
And so like hospitality or more formal lodging as in, I think hotels, that's already in
That's already
there,
accounted for.
And we're working with, or VTT's working with you on
Yeah.
more of like a short-term rental.
Yeah, just because
type
our
of
town
thing.
is facing very unique issues, or just short-term rentals make up majority of our lodging. So that's something that they've come to us with to create.
Yeah, that's great. And I mean, I would definitely echo Councilwoman Klovstad's, sentiment. $500 these days pretty much buys you like a box of toilet paper.
Yeah.
It doesn't get you very far in the world of trying to upgrade your facilities or, make a meaningful difference in your business. So, I do think
It's a good start, but
it's a good start.
I know our businesses would appreciate anything more.
How does it work when you're on shared utilities?
Shared utility, as in,
Water, power, sewer. I mean, many of our businesses are, we don't even have our own water meters in some cases.
right. So is your question, what do you mean, how does it work?
Well, like, how do you show that you're reducing or being more efficient or checking those boxes that have to do with energy consumption?
There is a data release form through the utility to get more specific breakdowns of their bills. If the business is curious, majority of the time, if you do install aerators or low flow anything, you will see the return. But if you do want to see the specific return, we can get that release from the utility.
Great. Cool. I would say you should continue on your outreach because I'm pretty sure 98% of the businesses in town have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, I am a one-woman show. It's very much a small percentage of my work week. It's a labor of love.
Yeah, good. Well, thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And Chris, thanks for scaring us. Appreciate that presentation. Always a dose of reality. So thank you. And that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Henderson, any questions or comments?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Just wanted to say I appreciate all of the work that's happening in and around in our community. And thank you to everyone for bringing those updates forward and sharing them with us.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I will echo those sentiments. Appreciate all the hard work everybody is doing. And at this time, would like to open up public comment on the presentations. If anyone has any public comments on any of the presentations we just heard from, please step up to the podium. And as mentioned earlier, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Henderson. Kristen York, Sierra Business Council. I work in Truckee and regionally and fortunate to work with a lot of very talented, committed, and passionate people, many of whom are in this room. But I want to talk about two. One is Miss Ford, and she came to us with a lot of experience in green certification. And one thing, I want to mention two things. One is there is an opportunity to save money sometimes with these measures, so we do factor that in and help businesses quantify. And two, with VTT, we're working on 2 other levels. So one is dipping the toe in for businesses that are a little bit freaked out by that 71-step checklist and get them into it. And then third, a premium, which really has some more social equity type of measures. So we're just starting that, so stay tuned. And the second is, I don't know anybody who is can run a project, work so seamlessly with the Forest Service, engage a community, and build something as Greg Williams. What he has done is absolutely unbelievable. And as you go through your consent calendar, I just urge you to support that project because it's phenomenal, and get out and see it and ride it. That Dixie Fire, they had trails ready to ride within months that are amazing. And the fact that SNC has stepped up as such a big supporter is a pretty good indication of the power of the Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship and its leader, Greg Williams. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Any other public comment on the presentations? Seeing none, we will close public comment and end the presentation portion of our evening. Thank you everyone for being here this evening. Up next, we have our consent calendar. I will read through the items on the consent calendar. We have item 6.1, minutes from September 13th, September 27th, and October 11th, 2022. 6.2, approval of a side letter with the Truckee General Employees Membership Association and Mid-Management Employees Group approving a temporary 3% base wage increase through January 7th, 2023 while engaged in negotiations. Item 6.3 is a side letter with the Truckee Police Officers Association for part-time police officers. Item 6.4 is approval of a local partnership program competitive grant funding application for the Rail Yard Transit Center. Item 6.5, one very familiar to all of us who have been sitting here for the last hour, the Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship Connected Communities Trails Master Plan Letter of Support. And item 6.6, the Truckee Trails Foundation Sawtooth Sustainable Trails Project Phase 2 Letter of Support. With that, would any of my fellow council members or mayor like to pull any items from the consent calendar? All right, I would like to pull item 6.6 from the consent calendar. But I will also go to staff if staff would like to pull any items from the consent calendar.
No, Vice Mayor.
And then I will go to the public. Would any members of the public like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Seeing none. All right, we will move on. I will entertain a motion for all items on the consent calendar except for item 6.6.
I'll move that we approve consent 6.1 through 6.5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I believe Courtney said aye too. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Henderson. All right, item 6.6, I will just share that I pulled this item off consent as I would like to recuse myself on this vote. As was stated in the staff report, and if you read the letter, it is addressed to me. I'm employed by Placer County, and I'm the staff person who receives these letters to the Capital Projects Advisory Committee. I am a staff member with Placer County who helps with this committee. I'm not a member of the committee, so I will not be making a recommendation on funding, nor am I a decision maker who approves the funding. That is the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Nor do I have any financial interest in this, so I do not need to recuse myself, but I just thought it would be prudent to recuse myself from this vote. So I will be recusing, and if any members would like to say anything else, I would welcome any comments.
Thank you for your recusal, and I would like to move that we approve Truckee Trails Foundation Sawtooth Trails Project Phase 2 Letter of Support.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, with one recusal. All right, we will move on now to our discussion items. And our first discussion item of the evening is item 7.1. This is an extension of a temporary moratorium on the processing of applications for prohibited land uses.
And just a quick disclosure, I met with Mr. Dollywall and the project, I don't know what his title is, but a couple people on your team earlier this week.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, and I can add that I had a phone call with one of the attorneys, Alvaro. Yeah, but that was it.
Take it away, Jenna.
Okay, thank you and good evening. So this is not a new topic. You've seen me here a couple times. What I will say is I'm running through much of what I presented about 5 weeks ago, though I'm trying to be a bit brief, given the night's agenda and the fact that most of you have seen this already. I'll just talk very briefly. You are all well aware of the time frame that we've had with our general plan. We started this 4 years ago, almost. That'll be next month. We've had almost 60 formal meetings in a variety of different formats for the general plan. We've had lots of discussions about the land use element, as you're also aware. And in June of this year, we were happy to produce the draft draft general plan. And then throughout much of the summer, we had a series of meetings between the GPAC, between a joint format with the council and the commission. And then we've continued to have meetings on this topic kind of in late summer, early fall. Most notably, back in August, your council adopted what was known as Ordinance 2022-06 that put in place a 45-day moratorium approving 3 different land uses that are proposed to be prohibited within the draft 2040 general plan. And then in September, you adopted an extension to that moratorium to November 4th, 2022. And at that time, we also issued the report that's required for that section of California Government Code. So I talked about this in quite a bit of detail last time, so I won't go into a ton of detail, but really why we're proposing this at this time is that we have, as I mentioned, spent the past 4 years putting together the draft general plan, and we are taking direction that we believe is in that general plan with respect to several different uses. So what we're trying to do is really present a platform for the council's consideration tonight that would allow you to essentially start implementing where we believe the general plan is headed, again, based on the past prior years of input. As you also know, we have a draft climate action plan that will be the first for the town of Truckee, and I'll talk very briefly about what's included in that. We also have a number of new policies in our community character, economic development and mobility elements also that provide a framework for the uses that we're contemplating tonight. There's a heightened importance within the next general plan on water quality, air quality, preserving enough land for industrial uses, and then also really trying to focus on higher wage employment opportunities for Truckee residents. And then really why we're allowed to do this is that we do believe that there is a threat from projects that could get approved that would ultimately not be consistent with where the direction and vision of the next general plan is headed. I won't read this slide. You've seen it 3 times at this point. What you're seeing here are the 2 goals. One that's they're both within the land use element, one that relates to efficient and sustainable land use patterns, and then one that focuses on where we want to see our commercial and mixed use developments in the next plan. And I'll talk about this in greater detail in a couple slides. So I'm just going to very quickly run through, I talked about there's a number of new policies that we're proposing within the general plan. I know you all have seen these a number of times. What I'm just going to try to do is kind of capture the main gist and why we're talking about this tonight. We've got a number of policies that really focus on ensuring that we have the right balance for Truckee residents and visitors. We have language that talks about prohibiting large continuous parking lots and paved areas. Those are typically seen with all 3 of the different uses that we're contemplating tonight. Projects that focus on pedestrian-oriented design rather than vehicular design. Really the importance of creating buildings at the edge of the street so that that focuses on a pedestrian environment. We have a lot of policies that talk about both within the land use and economic development element, really ensuring that we have enough industrial land left for where we want to grow as a community. This one is particularly oriented to the mini storage use that we'll talk about later. And then also on that same topic, our development code, and I'm getting a little bit in the weeds, characterizes or classifies mini storage as a commercial use. And we have a very explicit policy that wants to see those types of uses discouraged within areas that are zoned for industrial uses. So that's why we're proposing that prohibition this evening. Focusing both on the community character and mobility elements, we have a number of policies. Some of these are not new, they've just been strengthened. We have kind of long had an emphasis on protection of Truckee's night sky and preventing light pollution from happening from projects. We've also had a long history focused on really high quality mountain town design, pedestrian orientation of our projects, and then really a lot of emphasis that we're seeing in our next general plan on gateway. And I won't go into the details on that. I know you are all well aware of that. Within our mobility element, There is a lot of emphasis, and really the sole purpose of the mobility element, rather than what we used to have, which was our circulation element, is really trying to move away from our traditional reliance on single occupant vehicles, and or just relying on cars in general, really trying to provide greater focus on all other methods of getting around town, and creating that transition that we want to be at. And then again, sort of a less of a reduction in auto dependency overall. I'll talk very briefly about our economic development element. I think we just talked about this, I want to say 2 weeks ago, maybe. So as you know, we sort of overhauled our economic element in response to some prior direction, though one of the areas that we didn't change, this has always been proposed really from the get-go, is economic diversification and high-wage employment. This is really threaded throughout the entirety of our new economic development element. We're looking at focusing and expanding on key economic sectors, focusing on industrial space and uses that draw on Truckee's natural assets. Again, ensuring that we have enough availability of our industrial space. As you are well aware, we really don't have enough currently, and we're working on finding solutions to that. We also have a number of policies focusing on developing a skilled workforce, again, that would correlate to high wage employment. We have a very intriguing policy, actually it's an action item, that would require a mitigation plan. We're calling it a mitigation plan. It's not fully fleshed out, to address the economic impacts of businesses that create low wage jobs. So that's something new that we're looking at including in our next element. And then lastly, conservation and open space, and then our climate action plan. So again, I went through this last time. I won't spend a ton of time. We have, I would just say, greater protection in place for both the Truckee River and Donner Lake. Those are, obviously part of the Truckee River watershed. We've got higher emphasis, or I should say stronger emphasis placed on water quality and soil, and really just overall protection and promotion of environmental sustainability. We've got some language also in our safety element with respect to reducing flood hazards, as that's anticipated to become a bigger challenge as climate change changes. Wow. I don't know if that's quite what I meant. And then within our CAP, again, this is no surprise, reduction on dependence of vehicles, expanding alternative modes of transportation, and then overall increasing our volume of low and zero emission vehicles within the town of Truckee. So in sum, 7 of our 8 revised elements have proposed goals, policies, and or action items that address the impacts associated with all 3 of these potentially prohibited uses. What you see here is the actual language that is in either a land use element policy or action item. So if you see an A down at the bottom here, that's going to be an action item. These are what the two these are how the policies are currently written for the inefficient uses section of the land use element, and then the actual development code update that would happen. And then lastly, for our third use, which is the 20,000 square foot retail building size, this is the actual policy language up here. And then this is a second policy that would, this is an action item that would happen associated with that policy. So that's how the code, that's how the general plan policy language is actually written. So as you recall, last time I was before you, your council adopted the required report that goes along with Government Code Section 65858. And I won't go into great detail. Certainly if you have questions later on, we can touch on this. This report addresses what we're doing to try to abate the reasons that we're contemplating these prohibited uses. And then it also went into a fair amount of detail with respect to some findings, and I'll just briefly go over that. So again, we're talking about 3 uses that we're contemplating prohibiting: gas stations, large single retail uses, and mini storage facilities. We are proposing a moratorium to allow us to finish the general plan, where your council and your your planning commission will be able to determine if you'd like to continue this prohibition, if you'd like to make tweaks to it, or if you would like to allow these uses to continue. We noted in the report that we have a total of 7 gas stations within the town of Truckee currently. Most of those are currently aggregated in both the downtown and in Gateway, so virtually all of them, with the exception of 2, actually no, just 1, are already located along this corridor. We talked a little bit about findings of the environmental track record of existing gas stations. We certainly recognize that over time, technology has improved to try to ensure that these impacts are lessened. However, since the last time I was before you, we've actually found a second example of a contaminated site, and this one is located at the prior 76 gas station over on Deerfield and Coldstream. That contamination actually goes back to 1993. It is unclear if the case is still open. The county believes that it is. Lahontan thinks that it may not be. So at this point, we potentially have an unresolved case of contamination. We have reached out to both those regulatory agencies to understand if that case has actually been closed, and there's no ongoing contamination, though as of 2018, there was some additional contamination located. So again, just we've noted in the past that we've had 2 prior examples of soil contamination happening from underground storage tanks from gas stations. So again, this is something we're trying to track and better understand how the technology has improved and what the risks are associated with these uses. I will say that in some research I've done recently, it appears that modern tanks really have a service life of 40 years at this point. So for tanks that would be going in today, we would be looking at, 4 decades of having those serviceable to the community. I talked a little bit last time about kind of the difficulty in removing once gas stations have been abandoned. We have 2 local examples where we are at this point, 5 to 20 year timeframes to remove those abandoned uses. So this is also something for us to consider as we move forward. We noted in the report about the recent state decision to phase out gas-powered vehicles by 2035. Some of the information that we had previously kind of at the outset of the general plan is really now outdated. We don't have anything beyond or really more current based on the state's prohibition. What we do think is that there will be an overall reduced demand for gas stations in particular in response to the state decision that was just made this year. We also talk a lot about that some of the uses that are really all of the uses that we've identified here tonight really are not associated with high wage employment, but rather low wage employment. They don't typify high skill employment, and those are very explicit priorities within our economic development and land use element. I won't go into the rest of these. These are ones I covered previously. Again, what we're trying to do is kind of frame the rationale behind why we think this is something that the council should consider, again, based on the framework that we're seeing out of the current general plan. So what you've done currently is you put in place initially a 45-day moratorium that was done back in August, and then in September you extended that through November 4th. What that does is that it prohibits the approval of the 3 uses that I've talked through, though it doesn't prohibit the processing of any applications that the town would receive during the time that we have a moratorium in place. So if we were to receive an application for any of these 3 uses, we would dutifully process that. We would just not put it in front of a planning commission, zoning administrator, or town council decision. What this is allowing us to do, as we've mentioned a couple times previously, is that we're not quite there to the general plan adoption. We're getting close. We've been working diligently over the past couple of years to get it complete. However, we do need a little bit more time, as you are well aware, and this would really only be in place until such a time that you put a permanent prohibition in place through adoption of the general plan. If you choose not to do that, then this would be rescinded and these uses would be continued to be allowed within the town. So what we're recommending this evening, we are on the last of our available moratorium extensions, is that because of that, we recommend a 12-month imposition of a moratorium. Again, though that would go away if these uses are allowed to continue to operate within the town, the moratorium would be rescinded if these are placed as a permanent prohibition within the next general plan.
And we're not anticipating that it'll take 12 months to get the general plan adopted, but it's just sort of out of an abundance of caution. We might suggest that you take the longest extension possible, just in case something goes sideways with getting the general plan adopted.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I should have stated that. So we're certainly hoping that we're not doing this for another 12 months, but again, we're just being conservative since this is our last extension. Anything else? Okay. So your staff's recommendation this evening, I'm going to wrap up, is that you conduct a public hearing to introduce, waive the oral reading, and adopt urgency ordinance 2022-10, extending until November 4th, 2023, the moratorium imposed in existing ordinance 2022-8 related to the approval of applications for land uses prohibited under the draft 2040 general plan, and that you also adopt the, what I'm calling Government Code Section 65858 report, and provide direction to staff to issue that report on your behalf. That's all I've got. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I will say one other thing that I should have mentioned, as with the initial adoption and the other extension, extending this would require 4 votes.
Thank you, Andy. And thank you, Jenna, for that presentation. We will go to council questions first. Councilmember Klopstad, any questions?
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity. So, because I was not here on the 13th, I deeply regret that. But I have read through all the materials submitted, including the one submitted by Stoll Reeves, plus some very extensive council questions answered by staff. So thank you for doing your due diligence and those extensive questions. Really appreciate it. Obviously, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing here. I have no additional questions because I feel this topic has been deliberated pretty extensively already. I know we have some audience members that would probably like to speak on this agenda item, so I'm ready to hear those and then hoping that we can move on to deliberation as quickly or as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you very much. We'll move now. Mayor Henderson, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. I agree with Councilmember Klopstad. I think we've debated this at length at this point, so I don't have any further questions and look forward to public comment and then deliberation.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
Just one. How would redevelopment of an existing gas station facility be handled under both the moratorium and or a new general plan adoption that stated the same thing?
Do you mean redevelopment with the same use or a revised one?
Same use. So basically, if an existing gas station that we have, wherever it may be within our community, decided to sell, and a new owner came in and wanted to keep the gas station pumps, maybe spruce it up, maybe add a building or a bigger convenience store or whatever, but yet needed some type of zoning designate or needed some type of approval. Like if no approval is needed, obviously they can do whatever they want. But let's say they wanted to do something, add 2 pumps, for example, maybe.
I mean, as long as it's the same use, we would not consider it a different use. And certainly if they proposed a different use separate from a gas station, that would just be detailed in what is allowed and not allowed within the zone district that it's located in. Mm-hmm. And somewhat of what you just described would all be done most likely through building permit, unless it was in the downtown where we have historic design review, which adds a layer to it.
So an existing gas station could simply add pumps and not necessarily be subject to any of this.
I mean, the moratorium is really focused on new applications. Certainly a future general plan policy, one that we've had a little bit more time to flesh out, could address that exact question, and it would be solely up to the council and planning commission to make that determination on what you would or wouldn't want to see.
Councilmember Paulvey, I think what you might be thinking of is if the council at some point took action to declare all gas stations to be non-conforming uses, at that point, it would no longer be possible for any of them to expand. And if the council doesn't take that step, if the existing ones are not made non-conforming, then they could expand or be reconfigured or be redeveloped, as you put it.
Great, thank you. And then by tweaks, I think one of the questions that sort of came to my mind was, this is a prohibition or a moratorium on new. We haven't really talked about net change necessarily. And so this would apply to that, obviously, right now, whether we lose one in the meantime, that doesn't matter. I understand that. But if we were going to make a change through a general plan process, that's something that would be a change in language, I'm assuming, to what our current general plan is moving towards. And so when would you want that type of feedback if there was direction to potentially just simply say no net gain in gas stations versus none at all?
We could certainly entertain that idea or others as we enter hearings on adoption of the general plan, and that'll be forthcoming in the next couple months.
Great. Thank you.
And certainly if you have ideas now, not tonight, since that's not necessarily what we're chatting about, but certainly in the future, if you have thoughts, send them our way and we will organize those.
Great. Thank you. No further questions from me.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I too wish we could move right on to deliberation, but the land use report raises some questions. Again, it looks like in response to my question about whether this would reduce greenhouse gases, I was referred to Petaluma, to the city of Petaluma, and I'm wondering now, have you contacted the city of Petaluma to find out if they view their ordinance banning new gas stations as reducing greenhouse gases?
We've not contacted Petaluma directly. You were referred by us to the city of Petaluma, or?
You have referenced the city of Petaluma in your answers to my questions.
Yes. I mean, there are a number of cities in that county, in Sonoma County, that have contemplated, have already put in place, and or are currently contemplating bans. And virtually all of them have stated that they believe there's a correlation between reduced greenhouse gases and less gas stations. I have not been able to find a direct report through any of the research that I've conducted out of Sonoma County that actually verifies that. I would say that all of these either contemplated or existing bans are fairly recent, and I don't believe that there's any direct research that would confirm or refute that position. But all of the research I've done from Cotati, from Rohnert Park, Petaluma, Santa Rosa, et cetera, Los Angeles is considering it, New York City, they're all basically saying that the stated intent is that the greenhouse gas reductions would occur through the ban.
Okay. I was looking too. I didn't call the city of Petaluma, but one of the council members, Kevin McDonald, who voted for the ban, did a commentary in a local paper after that, and he referred to it as a headline-grabbing effort and posed the question, which he answered rhetorically, did it reduce emissions? He said no. Did it reduce sales of gasolines in Petaluma? No. He said what this is a loud and clear scream for attention to the climate. And for me, it's really important to be putting our effort into actions that'll reduce greenhouse gases. And if I could see a way that this measure would actually do that, I'd be more sympathetic to it. My next question is.
And Councilmember
on the-
Zabriskie, just a reminder, we're doing questions now, and then we'll do public comment, and then we can do deliberation.
On the land use report contains a statement about if about an 80% reduction in gas stations if we go to aggressively go to EV vehicles. And looking at the cited report, Boston Consulting Group, it appears that is only one of 4 scenarios they were looking at. And what they were doing was presenting 4 alternative scenarios where just different scenarios could result in different percentage reductions. Is that am I correct on that?
On the report's data?
On that, on whether this was a scenario, just one of 4 scenarios, the 80% reduction in gasoline stations simply reflected one of 4 different possible scenarios.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, I believe you're correct. I think the hard part for us is, we're aware of your concerns and we understand the questions you have, and we've certainly tried to find answers to the questions you have. Some of them are there, some of them aren't. What is challenging is that the state's ban is very recent. Cities in California that are proposing these bans, those are also relatively recent. The most current one is a year and a half ago. There is just not a lot of data to support a direct correlation. There's also a difficulty in our resort destination designation in the town of Truckee, and some things that we do may not have the same implications elsewhere within the state of California. So we're a little bit different, and we're still working on trying to pull out some of this data, but also recognizing that there's a lot of questions that are resulting from the state's imposition of a ban in 2035.
Okay, and then my last question concerns the air pollution from benzene, and then I would assume from other volatile organic compounds being vented into the air. And we cited a Columbia University study. In looking at that study, it appeared to me they were sampling from different jurisdictions, non-California jurisdictions. One was in the Midwest, one in the Pacific Northwest. Did staff look to see whether we would have the same amount of emissions venting under California's regulatory scheme and our vapor reduction program?
I've spent more time on the California Water Board's website recently trying to understand underground storage tanks, not as much with relation to vapor impacts. I don't know how extensive, Laura prepared the report. I don't know how extensive her work was with respect to California-based studies. It's sometimes fairly difficult to find studies that correlate to what we're trying to do, especially more current ones. I did some work in the past couple days and found things from the 1980s and 90s, which are obviously not necessarily even relevant at this point in time, given where the technology and the regulatory framework, both at the EPA level and at the California State Water Board's level and CARB, California Air Resources Board, things have changed quite a bit in the last 10 to 15 years. So certainly there are better regulations in place around underground storage tanks, no doubt.
Okay. Yeah. Just related to that, then, in private practice and working for the Department of Justice, I prosecuted underground storage tank contamination cases. They were mostly old tanks, often abandoned. Did you see anything indicating that under our new system, under our new regulations for new gas stations, that underground tanks continue to be a problem with water pollution, groundwater, or soil contamination?
I actually tried in a little bit of a vain effort. What I will say is that the regulations are only a few years old, from what I can tell, kind of the around 2015, and I would say that there's not probably enough instances, like the sample size is probably not large enough, nor are the tanks old enough to really understand if they're working or not. What I did do a little bit of research on is kind of, as I mentioned earlier, the lifespan of new tanks, which is about 40 years service life, which would put us into about 2060. Plus or minus, depending on the effectiveness of those systems. So I'm sure there's much more I could learn. I kind of did what I could within the course of a few days' time, and have learned that most of the recent legislation is about 2015.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, so we will open it up to public comment. If any members of the public would like to make a public comment, you can step up to the podium. And again, each public commenter has 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, council members. It's lit red. Is that better? There we go. I just need to speak into the microphone. My name's Allison Smith. It's good to be here again with you to speak on this issue, even though I know it's not the council's favorite, but appreciate the time and your latitude and hearing our point of view. I'm from Stoll Reeves. I'm here with Mr. Dhaliwal, who some of you have had the opportunity to speak to personally, and wanted to encourage the council to look beyond the campaign slogan or the headline of no new gas stations and look behind the curtain to see whether this would be the most sustainable, the most green thing that the council could do to ban all gas stations of any type, of any kind of hybrid sort of station at any site within the town, or whether you would be best served to not tie your hands and actually allow for a better gas station or a better hybrid fueling station to be within your borders. One of the prior commenters noted that Truckee could set the standard for mountain towns, and I think this is one way that you could also set the standard. Our prior comments kind of outline the ways how prohibiting all gas stations might be the most sustainable thing to do, and I don't want to belabor those points, and I only have so much time tonight. But thinking about how the state evaluates whether or not their greenhouse gas reduction programs are having a real impact, they have to think about the impact of leakage. And if they just impose a cost, a tax, a certain restriction on an industry or a type of facility in the state, is that going to mean that that kind of facility just goes across the state borders and pollutes with just as many greenhouse gas emissions as it would have here, making the same impact to climate change, abiding by less stringent environmental standards, such that there's a net environmental detriment and a net increase in greenhouse gas reductions. So they're mandated to think about whether their programs will result in reductions that are real. That's real is a word in the statute AB 32, the Global Climate Solutions Act back in 2006. So if you're banning a gas station here and there's still demand, and despite the state moving to phase out gas-powered cars, they will still be on the road in the millions for the next 20, 30, 40 years. Does that mean that there's just going to be an old-fashioned, unsustainable, less environmentally friendly station that sets up shop right outside your borders to be able to meet demand? Why not keep your enemies closer, so to speak? Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer, and having the opportunity to have a gas station that's better, a hybrid fueling station that can transition into the future, that won't just be a legacy contamination problem within your borders. If you allowed for gas stations to be only a conditional use, then that would give you the ability to decide which ones are safer, which design would meet the community character guidelines that you're looking to preserve, which would have sufficient transition plans to meet electric vehicle demand into the future, which would have the right environmental protections to ensure that it doesn't become a contaminated site in the future. If a gas station is a conditional use, then you can decide all of that. It's within your control as a particular project comes before you, and you're free to put conditions of approval on it to ensure that the problems that you see with existing gas stations or potential problems with new gas stations don't come to fruition. So I think it best serves the residents, visitors, the town as a whole to be able to have the option to consider how to do a fueling infrastructure of the future right, rather than just having a total ban that doesn't give you flexibility. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ben Dollywall. I was here at the last meeting as well. I just want to answer some of the questions the staff or the Mr. Zawitsky has about the underground storage tank. First of all, I'm proposing the site that's on the corridor on Deerfield Drive, which is ideal for a hybrid gas station plus EV charges. Going into the future, we will need EV chargers stopping by, charging their automobiles, and taking a break, using a restroom, getting a snack to eat. So just what I'm proposing here is I'm looking at the future as well. That's the reason we have brought you a plan that, along with the time, as the time changes, we will adopt those changes. And 40 years from today, if we need to pull out those tanks completely, we're ready for that, because we will have adopted the change. We'll have more EV charges here instead of a gas station. We don't need the gas station at that time. But right now, I think we are in need of a gas and EV charges in going along with both side by side. The other question is I think council member has asked about the fumes. Right now, it is already, we have a device called VST. It's on the pumps already. It's on the nozzles. It doesn't let any fumes out. It turns the fumes back into the fuel and goes back into the tank. So that technology already exists. The tanks are double wall nowadays. I have my gas station in Auburn since 2006. They have been double wall since then. It's not a new technology. So the primary tank and then the secondary wall, if it does leak, even a pinhead leak will leak into the secondary, and there is a monitoring system there. So it's impossible to have leakage into the ground nowadays with the new technology. So I would ask the council to take a really good look at the project that I'm proposing. It's the project goes both ways. We will need it both gas and as well as EV charges in the future, and that's what I'm proposing. So please take a look, and I hope you find that in my favor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we will close public comment and head back to council for deliberation. Councilmember Klövstad.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I would just like to remind the community and everybody that, as Jenna described, there are many reasons to ban all of these uses. We're not just talking about greenhouse gas emission reductions. And I do not see gas stations as the enemy. I just feel that our community has all that we need, especially given the anticipated reduction in gas-powered cars. And that's why, as part of the GPAC, we deliberated that along with these other uses and decided that it was not what our community wanted. So I was supportive of this moratorium 45, when we talked about it over the summer. And after watching the September 13th meeting and based on that deliberation, I'm still in full support. So I really feel this is the only way to keep the work that our community, the GPAC and staff enacted are intact while we finish the EIR process and adopt the general plan. And again, if during that process we decide that banning those uses are no longer in service to our community's goals, we can make that change at that time. But I really think that making that decision here and now would be an incredible disservice to the investment that our community has made in that general plan process. So with that, I would love to make a motion to waive the first reading and adopt this, but if anybody else has any other comments or questions or deliberation.
So there is a motion now on the dais, so I would ask for a second, and then we can continue deliberation and then take the vote. Is there a second on the motion?
I will second.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And now I will welcome additional comments. Mayor, we'll go to you next.
Thank you. I think for all the reasons that staff has so clearly articulated this evening, developing higher paying jobs within our local economy, sustainability, and more, I do believe that it makes sense to continue this moratorium for these 3 uses: gas stations, mini storage facilities, and to limit the size for a single retailer at no more than 20,000 people. I agree with Councilmember Klostad, and I don't believe that we have any evidence that suggests that our demand for gas stations outstrips the current supply. I think our community has spoken up and been very invested in what they want to see in our future. And I recognize, not everyone is driving EVs right now. We're not there, but that is where the future is going. And I think that it's incumbent upon all of us as leaders within our community to help usher us all into this new era. So I'm excited for this motion, and I think I think those are all of the comments that I have. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Pallavi, further discussion?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments, but I'm supportive of the direction that we're headed, and I just want to say a couple quick things. Mostly because I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Dhaliwal and spent actually a few more hours than anticipated over the past few days digging a little bit deeper. And one thing I do want to say is that I do feel a bit challenged in the fact that I'm not sure that we were 100% forthcoming with your project over the past 3 pre-applications, and I want to acknowledge that very clearly. I read all 3 pre-application letters and replies to you, and I don't believe I read that a moratorium or anything of this sort would be coming, and I think that's really important, and I do want to acknowledge that. With that still said, I too was actually a little bit surprised back in July. I remember that meeting very clearly. I watched it again, and it took me a few months to really reflect on what we're doing here. And I want to put it into maybe 3 buckets, and I think that it's important to go through this. And I've said it a couple of times. We don't govern tenancy, we govern land use. That is our job up here. And in that job, we have to look at our community, at the character that we're trying to create, and at the community that we're trying to create from a built environment, from an open space environment, and from all of those things. And, when I look at site plans for mini storage facilities, and unfortunately, when I looked at your site plan, they are incredibly underutilized. They have huge swaths of pavement. They have huge swaths of parking. They are very minorly developed, and they're developed in a way that really is a challenge to even argue how they are supporting our community other than to say cheaper gas or quicker fast food or something like that. And I think we've made really clear in our general plan commentary that that's what we're trying to move away from. We're trying to enhance our community character. We're trying to enhance our densities, we're trying to enhance our densities, and we're actually trying to create opportunities for the uses that are a necessity in this community. And I would agree, whether or not gas station is an actual necessity, we have childcare necessities, we have school necessities, we have tons of services that aren't actually taking place here. And I want to also be very clear that there are approximately, and I'm quoting my planner friends and staff, that we have approximately 36 uses that are available to property owners in the highway commercial or general commercial zoning district. And I think that's also a really important point, because we're not governing tenancy. We're governing what happens to the last remaining parts of our land that our community wants to develop. So upon further review, I have also come to that conclusion yet again, and I appreciate our opportunity to debate this and review this topic ad nauseum at this point, and I intend to support it and proceed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes, this also gave me an opportunity to look at the issue more deeply and do a little more research. And it was described by this council member as a very powerful symbol. The gas station ban was a very powerful symbol in regard to reducing greenhouse gases, but it doesn't reduce greenhouse gases. And so it appears to me to be strictly symbolic. And in that respect, that means it distracts from substantive efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. We're wasting time talking about a headline grabber, as he also characterized it. And I see unintended consequences. It essentially creates a monopoly for the existing gas stations. They don't have to worry about any competition coming in. And so we're not going to see any competitive reduction in gasoline prices. It'll make it harder to do away with the 2 downtown gas stations, which are old gas stations sitting on a floodplain in the bottom of the canyon next to the river. And they're more likely to stay there longer if no other gas stations are going to be built in town. And then the pollution risk referred to is overblown, because I am concerned about soil and groundwater pollution, but again, that would be the existing gas stations, not the new gas stations. And then we don't know about the venting, the report that was done on the venting of benzene. It wasn't talking about the pumps and the nozzles. It was talking about the actual venting for the tank itself. And but that was done in the Midwest and Northwest. So we don't know whether we have proper venting in California. I'm pretty confident it's stricter. And then finally, I don't know that our community's spoken up on the issue. Our community's certainly spoken up on reducing greenhouse gases, the need to take climate action, but not on gas stations. And then on lower paying jobs, I don't know what the difference is between a gas station attendant and most of our other service workers, but it can't be much. I don't see that as an issue. So I'm stuck. I'm inclined to oppose it because I don't see how it reduces greenhouse gases. I see it as a distraction from the task.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I will just add that I really appreciate Councilmember Pallavi's, Mayor Henderson, and Councilmember Klövstad's thoughts, and I echo those. I have supported this moratorium each time it's come before us, so I will continue to do that tonight as well. So at this time, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
And that passes 4-1. Thank you very much. All right, we are at 6:59, which is just about break time. So I will call for a 10-minute break. We'll see everyone back here at 7:09. I will call this meeting back to order after our break. And I do want to acknowledge that Mayor Henderson has rejoined the Zoom. She is still with us. I think there was an issue, and I believe she's coming back. All right, there she is. Okay. We are all here, so we will move on to item 7.2, the Single-Use Foodware Reduction Ordinance, first reading with Melanie Conti.
Good evening. I am very excited to be bringing this first reading to you all. This has been a multi-year process with a long pause due to COVID, so it's been a long time coming. And I just want to acknowledge that I am kind of the team member carrying the baton over the finish line, but there's been a lot of team support throughout the whole process. So I want to acknowledge Erica Mertens, Poncho Mackin-Planky, and then additional Civic Spark Fellows in the past, Jillian Greenberg, Aaron Ronald and Sarah Sherburne, Hillary and Andy. It's been a big collaborative effort. So yeah, I'm excited to continue on with the first reading. So like I said, this process actually started back in 2018, even before we had any community engagement. We had students and environmental advocates showing up to council meetings advocating for a straw ban, a styrofoam ban, and that was kind of the impetus to which council directed staff to look into some solutions. From there, we started the research and outreach phase. We talked to other cities, consulted with experts in the single-use foodware policy sphere, and then we held 2 community workshops in 2019. Using all of that information, we developed staff recommended policies, which we brought to council in February of 2020. When council directed staff to develop a working group to kind of delve deeper into these policies. We all know what happened after February of 2020. Our community was, specifically the business community and members of the public, didn't have the capacity to engage in this topic because of the COVID pandemic. So we put the process on hold. We re-engaged the process this year in January of 2020. When we started the working group process, we developed a working group, met 6 times over 6 months to kind of delve deeper into the specific policies. After the working group finished up, we did some community outreach and got some feedback from the community on the working group policy recommendations. We then brought all of that to council in August, and council approved all the recommendations. We went back, drafted the ordinance, and here we are today for the first reading. If approved tonight, we can go on for the second reading at the next meeting on November 8th. Just to remind you, the working group consisted of business representatives, environmental advocates, town council representatives, members of the public, and students. So the goals in the policies in this ordinance are based off of a life cycle analysis of single-use foodware products, in which we look at the cradle to grave impacts of materials. So we looked at the impacts from packaging, sourcing raw materials, manufacturing, transportation, and end of life. And through that research, the conclusion was that there's no best single-use foodware product. So the goal was to reduce the use of all single-use products, which is the most preferred strategy on the zero waste hierarchy shown here. So the goals are 1, to reduce the use of all single-use products, and 2, implement a cultural shift towards reusables instead. Styrofoam is the only material type, or expanded polystyrene more generally, that's specifically called out because of its unique characteristics. When it's found as litter in the environment, it breaks down into small pieces and is extremely difficult to collect. Equity was also a big consideration throughout the policy exploration process. The working group had the goal to ensure that these policies are equitably applied to all community members. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail, but here are the 4 policies that are included in the ordinance. And then we're also proposing business assistance through a grant program and significant outreach and education from the town. So the first policy is to ban the sale and distribution of expanded polystyrene. And in the ordinance, it's proposed to go into effect April 1st, 2023. There are a list of exemptions included, including the opportunity for a business to apply for a 1-year waiver if they have difficulty complying with the restrictions. And then we're also proposing funding to help businesses in that transition to non-styrofoam alternatives. The second requirement is to require reusable foodware items for in-house dining. The ordinance has that going into effect January 1st, 2024. Again, there's some exemptions included, including the opportunity for businesses to apply for a 1-year waiver, again, if they have difficulties complying. This does not apply to mobile food facilities or temporary food facilities. So that would be food trucks or special events. And that's because of the challenges with dishwashing and the challenges with defining in-house versus takeout dining. But if that's something council would like staff to look into, we can include that in our next work plan to explore. The restrictions also apply to new food businesses. So any new business seeking a permit from the town would have to ensure that they have the capacity to comply with these requirements. And then again, we're offering grant funding to help businesses switch over to reusable foodware. The third policy is to require a 25-cent fee for disposable cups and takeout containers. This is to go into effect January 1st, 2024. The goal with this is similar to the bag fee at grocery stores to encourage customers to bring their reusable to avoid the 25-cent fee. In considering equity concerns, we have a exemption for customers on WIC, EBT, or Medi-Cal. Again, it doesn't apply to mobile food facilities or temporary food facilities. And we're proposing, again, community outreach and education to both the local and visitor customer base. We received some feedback today from the California Grocers Association. So we've put together, in considering that feedback, we've put together an alternative option for council to consider. So the ordinance as it's currently written includes a 25-cent fee on these 4 bulleted items listed here. So that includes grocery store items that are pre-packaged. So food that's packaged within the store or prepared in the store and then packaged and then put on the shelf for sale. So that includes in-store bakery items, deli items, cooked meats, prepared and packaged in-store vegetable and fruit items. As I mentioned, the goal of the fee is to encourage customers to bring their own reusable. It was suggested that including a fee on these items might not be available for a customer to bring their reusable since it's pre-packaged before they have the option to order it. So we've proposed this alternative option where we expand the definition of pre-packaged to specifically include items that are packaged prior to a customer ordering it. And then in this alternative option, we include that prepackaged food as being exempt from the fee. So this would not exempt items packaged after a customer orders it. So that includes foodware at a self-service salad bar, foodware provided at a deli counter, or customer ordered items from an in-store bakery. So things that are packaged after a customer orders it would still have a 25-cent fee. Food packaged before the customer orders it would be exempt from the fee in this alternative option. So if council wants to approve this alternative option, that can be done tonight in the first reading. We also specify in our ordinance that reusable customer foodware is allowed, and that simply is reiterating the California Health Code, which already allows that. So this is just an option for customers to bring a reusable if they want to avoid that 25-cent fee, which again is the goal of the policy. We are also going a bit stricter on AB 1276, which is the accessory upon request state restriction. So AB 1276 restricts utensils, condiment cups, and packets, straws, stirrers, splash sticks, and cocktail sticks from only being provided upon a customer's request. It also requires that a jurisdiction declare a local enforcement agency. So the resolution on tonight's agenda item is to declare Nevada County Environmental Health as the enforcement agency. And then in our ordinance, we go a bit stricter in also including napkins, cup lids, and cup sleeves in that definition of accessory items. So looking at these policies as a whole and kind of what the impact is, we estimate that the policies will eliminate 8.2 million disposable foodware items per year. And that's about 129,000 pounds of waste. We also estimate it will avert about 4.7 tons of carbon each year, which is equivalent to one gas-powered vehicle driven for a year. And we also estimate it will save limited service restaurants $4,500 per year, and that's simply the cost savings avoided from purchasing disposable products. So now going forward, here we are with the first reading. If approved, we can bring a second reading on November 8th. At that point, we will hit the ground running on outreach. We plan to utilize consultant support for the policies that go into effect January 1st. So we plan to put out an RFP right away. And then we'll work on developing the grant program guidelines, completing an outreach plan, and bringing those grant program guidelines back to council in December. And then doing that outreach to businesses using styrofoam. And that policy would go into effect April 1st, 2023. And then utilizing consultant support along with town staff time to outreach to those other businesses that will be impacted by the other policies going into effect January 1st, 2020. Oh, that's wrong. That should be 2024 for those three final policies. So the recommended action is council has the option to approve the ordinance as is, or with the amendments in the presentation here tonight. And then finally, adoption of the ordinance exempt from CEQA. And finally, approve the resolution authorizing Nevada County as the Nevada County Environmental Health as the enforcement agency.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Appreciate all your work on this. All right, we're going to start questions. Councilmember Pallavi, we'll start with you.
Just one. Melanie, can you go back to the two slides with the edits on the actual ordinance language? So go to the first one first. So this one I get, and I'm actually supportive of it. But my question is on the second one. I don't find that they're necessarily linked or connected in any way. Are they? Like, just because one might support the one on the previous slide, this one to me is a little bit different. So we don't necessarily have to adopt them both concurrently, right? These are independent edits that we can choose to adopt or not.
So I guess the decision is if we want the fee to apply to prepackaged foods or not. So amending the definition itself would not exempt prepackaged foods from the fee unless we added it to this list here, which specifies prepackaged foods would be exempt. So
they are. So I read this one, maybe just clarify. So the difference is specifically in number 2 on the slide that you have before us. The way I read this one is basically I'm at a restaurant, I've ordered, I haven't finished my meal, I'm going to get a to-go container for free, versus premeditating when I go out for Chinese food. I know there's going to be leftovers. I bring my Tupperware, and therefore I'm coming prepared to finish or not finish my meal. And to me, that's a different line of thought than the first one, which is intended on the previous slide. How I read the intention of the previous slide, specifically from a grocer perspective or from a food truck or whoever, is basically you haven't ordered yet. They're putting a bunch of salads and sandwiches and wraps in the deli counter, and you're grabbing one. You can't unwrap it and put it in your own container. So to me, they're different. They're not connected.
So the only edit in this section B is adding prepackaged food. We didn't amend the containers used for leftover food. And the reason we propose to exempt containers for leftover food is because we don't want to create the unintended consequence of food waste. So if a customer has leftover food, they might avoid taking it home to avoid the fee.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
that was already in there. We're just adding prepackaged food as a third exemption to the list. Yeah.
Okay. So they are connected. And that answers my question. Okay. Thank you. Supportive. Good.
Mayor Henderson?
Thank you. I don't have many clarifying questions because I've been involved in this one going back to January now and had the fortune to sit on the committee. I guess my only one is a process related question, and this is in light of the public comment that we did receive. I understand that we did invite all of our local grocery stores to participate in our committee, which met for 6 straight months, but none of them responded. Is that correct?
Yeah, we didn't have a grocery store representation on the working group, but we did reach out to them specifically on the styrofoam policies, because many of them do sell styrofoam products, and we did hear back from many of them, but we didn't really engage them on a lot of the other policies because I think the original thought was that they wouldn't be impacted, but the way the language was currently written suggests that they would. But yeah, we did have involvement on the styrofoam conversation.
Okay. And they were invited to participate in our committee as one of the stakeholders. Yes. Okay, thank you. That's it for questions for me.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Zabriskie, questions?
My questions were answered in the last council meeting, and the staff report is very clear to me. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Klofstad.
Just a couple. So according to your timeline, thank you for the reminder, we had publicly noticed meetings in February of 2020 for this entire council, as well as August of 2022. Our committee was Brown Act, so it was publicly noticed as well, all 6 meetings that we had, correct?
Correct.
So did the California Grocers Association provide any comment before the letter that we received today?
Nope, we did not receive prior comment.
I thought so. And as Mayor Henderson mentioned, we did reach out to our local grocers. I know they did not sit on the committee because I did, and they did not show up. I believe we also, I know you met with them about certain items. Didn't we also offer them surveys to take?
Yeah, correct. Thanks for the reminder. Through the survey process, we did engage with grocery stores and all businesses.
Okay, so they did respond to the surveys?
Yeah.
And at that time, was there anything brought up by them that this would be a hardship in any way from our local grocers?
No.
So our local grocers were aware of what we were doing and did not see this as a hardship, as far as we can tell. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, so we will...
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it.
Maybe of our fellow council members, because I kind of hear the direction you're all teeing up here. Is there a perceived solution to the specific type of packaging that they're talking about? Or would you suggest, like, yep, that deli counter's gone? like sushi, for example? Like, how, if you wanted to go get a thing of sushi at Safeway, would you accommodate that without the edits that are being made?
I think there's plenty of ways to accommodate it. I think there's other grocers that do this really well and effectively.
Like
like Whole Foods and Rayleigh's, they have very robust counters where you can have things packaged right then, which means you can bring your own container. Additionally, they can look at different ways of packaging them rather than in the single-use plastic. I would like to encourage our grocers to look at those options. One of the things I've seen, which the groceries or the Grocers Association mentioned, was the rotisserie chickens. I've seen those in oven bags rather than in the plastic. So I just feel that there's a lot of creative solutions that this particular concern from the California Grocers Association is not taking into consideration, or perhaps not even wanting to consider it. So I would like to support and encourage our local grocers to step up and do the right thing here.
Okay, thank you.
Right. No further questions from the dais, so we will open it up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to make a comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and we will move it back up for deliberation. Councilmember Pallavi, back to you to kick us off.
I will punt, maybe. I mean, I don't know that you would need me. I mean, I basically see the opportunity for edit. I also see, what Councilmember Klostad's saying, which is if we don't provide a financial incentive for them to change, they're never going to change. And they had an opportunity to provide input. So I think I'm okay with where we've landed without the edits. And you might not need my vote anyway, so why don't you guys take it away?
All right, we will go to Mayor Henderson next.
Thank you. Well, I do have a few things that I want to say on this. First, I just want to acknowledge that we had a lot of different stakeholders participate in our committee for this. And I want to thank everyone for all of that. It was not a small amount of work for this committee in particular. Not only did we meet for 6 straight months, we had a lot of homework between those meetings, reviewing different data points, analyses, and more. And a lot of that was highly technical information. So thank you to everyone who participated. And I wanted to also specifically call out and thank Mia Jones. She's a Truckee High student who served as our youth representative on this. And our youth are such an incredibly critical stakeholder group, really in all of the decisions that we're making, because these impact the future of our community and the community they're going to grow up into. So I want to say I'm really pleased with the working group. My personal beliefs, I don't necessarily know if the ordinance goes as far as it could, given this council's and community's goals related to sustainability and environmental stewardship. I'll just give you one example. My personal belief is that polystyrene, including encased styrofoam, should be included in this ordinance and banned for sale within our town. The committee didn't come to that on consensus, and so I recognize the constraints of our business community and wanting to honor those perspectives and the situations in which they're working in. And it's better to work together to compromise on something that we can all live with at this point of time. So just 2 other specific points in recognition of the letter from the California Grocers Association, and this sort of got to my questions earlier. I do feel like we made a very good faith effort to engage our grocery store partners. While they didn't sit on the committee, we did get their feedback on some of the specific items within the ordinance. And so I am not inclined to support the line edits based on that public comment at this late hour, given where we are. And I also wanted to make one other comment. South Lake Tahoe recently approved an ordinance banning the sale of single-use plastic bottles under 1 gallon in size, except in a few specific circumstances. And for a regional approach, I believe we really need to follow suit in this. And my preference, quite frankly, would be that if I have the support of my other council members, that staff addresses this particular use with an amendment to the ordinance. And I appreciated staff's response on this question in advance. It sounds like it's a relatively short-term, low-lift task. And I know that we're going to be discussing our work plan update at our next meeting. So this is, I think, a perfect opportunity to have this conversation. So with that, I'm supportive of this ordinance. I'm excited for our community in taking this step and being good stewards of our land and our environment. And I'm hoping that we can push it even a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I'm just very impressed with all the work that staff and our council members did on this project. I really think it's an excellent achievement. And I was really surprised that, just given what the mayor said about all the amount of time that was spent, that it really only comes out to $10,000 out of the enterprise fund. That really surprised me. There must have been some people putting in some free hours, or we just have a lot of low-wage employees here on town staff. Good thing for Civic Sparks, wonderful program. I'm fine with the grocer's amendment. It's a small enough amendment. The staff worked it out with them, which illustrates that it's not that big a change. So I'm not going to hold it against them that they came in at the 11th hour. And I would, in part, I'm deferring to what staff was able to work out. I can go with the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Councilmember Klopstad.
Thank you. I think Mayor Henderson summed it up really well. This was a really extensive working group with a lot of homework and a lot of very detailed and hard negotiations, I would really say, because we really did have a broad range of our community participating. I was really grateful for that. But that did create some pretty exhaustive deliberations to get to this point. So given that, and that I don't feel we have a local grocer concern, and that part of this ordinance allows for requests for 1-year exemptions. So already they have, 14 months or something to achieve this goal. It's a pretty long runway to get there. And they could, if there is a hardship, they can bring that to us and we can consider it. So I would like to keep the ordinance intact as originally written. I would also like to add a +1 to Mayor Henderson's request to look at the single-use plastic water bottle as an amendment to this, or ban as an amendment to this ordinance. And I think, given the impacts of the two, I know one of the future potential work items was to look at how we can implement this policy with food trucks and temporary food service stations. I think instead of spending time initially doing that, I would rather that time be spent on the plastic water bottle ban. I see Mayor Henderson shaking her head. And I would also be in support of staff expanding the RFP that you're going to put out to help with education and outreach to include the plastic water ban support for staff, so that we can mitigate that potential impact on your time. So with that, I'm very supportive of this as written.
Councilmember Klopstad, could I provide a clarification on the business hardship exemption? We do have an exemption for the polystyrene policy and for the reusables for in-house dining policy. We do not have a business hardship exemption for the 25-cent fee policy. Okay, we do have an individual exemption based off of the qualifications that Melanie described.
Thank you for that clarification. I thought we had that exemption in there too, because somebody was concerned about computer systems and being able to upgrade them, but we ended up not including that. Okay. So that would be the only thing that I would consider amending. I also, though, 14 months, they've got a long runway to figure this out and make some transitions, looking at other materials to package food in, as well as different ways of displaying them. So,
Thank you. Thank you, all council members and mayor, for your comments. I'm struggling a little bit with going for the amended version or the initial version. I really appreciate all the work that was put into this from Mayor and Councilmember Klofstad and staff to get to this point. And I understand maybe a bit of frustration for not hearing some of these comments earlier. And this is a reminder to folks, engaged early in the process so that way we can work through these before the 11th hour. That said, I do understand, I think about a lot of folks who work long hours and then want to get food to their families and want to grab a rotisserie chicken and something else. And it's just easy to do. And it's maybe less expensive than ordering food from a restaurant. And are they going to be the ones adversely affected because they will be the ones paying the 25-cent fee? I almost see this. Yes, the grocers could look at, lost business, but ultimately it's all passed on to the person purchasing the food. And so maybe they won't move as quick to look at other types of packaging as we would like them to. So that's just one thing that I'm struggling with a little bit, and why I think on the initial presentation from Melanie, I was thinking that made sense. However, I do think this is really important that we move forward with this. So I wouldn't hold it up if, other council members wanted to move forward with the initial ordinance. So I'll share my thoughts on that. And then I will just add in on the plastic bottles, definitely open to having a discussion. I would appreciate if that was part of our, November 8th update bike rack discussion, because I do want to understand if staff moves down a path of investigating that and potential public outreach, what might that limit them from doing otherwise? I will say, I'm really supportive of this ordinance, but doing this ordinance only removes greenhouse gas emissions equal to one vehicle. And so I just want to make sure we're spending staff time on the things that are going to make the biggest impact. And is there something else that our Keep Truckee Green staff could be working on, again, related to transportation and supporting studies around other things? Or, I have no idea, but I think I would just like to understand that a little bit more before committing to going down a path of a plastic water bottle ban. So those are my thoughts. Councilmember Pallavi, I see you want to...
Let me just help us out here. So I think I'm an easy third with the way that this is being presented to us tonight. I believe that while those costs may be passed on, and I think I was the one who said it, I think at the end of my mayoral year, like, hey, what do I want to work on? We have to change the behavior of the consumer, of the seller, of the manufacturer. It all has to change anywhere in that stream. So I do support the way we had it written. I agree with what's been said, and those members of the committee, they had their chance to show up. Last minute stuff doesn't fly so great. So I'm supportive of the way that this has been presented to us. I'm also very supportive of the water bottle issue, and I was actually somewhat shocked in staff's reply to us of how much work and time and everything would take. I mean, I'm ready to do it right now with zero community feedback. I think single-use water bottles are the bane of should be everybody's existence. There's no reason to have single-use water bottles anymore in our world. I just truly believe it. Or you can just pay an extra $5. So the next time you choose to buy a single-use water bottle, you think twice, because it's going to cost you an extra $5 instead of quarter. So anyway, I'll support what's in front of us tonight with a motion, because I believe I at least heard 3 for that. I don't know how staff wants us to handle the water bottle issue. You just want us to take that offline and we'll discuss it at the next meeting.
It's not agendized tonight.
Precisely.
So you can't really have that conversation anymore.
We can just provide direction.
We can have it in context of the work plan.
Yep, and we'll do that at that point. I was just signaling my support. for
think we
future
read your signal.
conversations, as I like to do. So anyway, I'll make a motion to introduce and waive the first reading of Ordinance 2022-09, adopting Chapter 604 of the Municipal Code regarding foodware and food packaging, including exemptions from CEQA, and approving Resolution 2022-64.
Second.
I will second.
We're both anxious too.
We're excited for this one.
Yes.
So that's leaving out the amendment?
Correct.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to staff for helping us through that. Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
We'll be back for a second reading at the next meeting.
Can't wait to see you then.
We appreciate our mayor and Councilmember Klofstad for sitting on that committee. It was a lot of work, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move right along to item 7.3, October 2022 Emergency Operations Plan and AFN Update. Mr. Robert Womack is here with us to present.
Trade, I'll finally put a nameplate up. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to bring this back. I think we all realize we had hoped to be done with this, and I just heard a bunch of 11th hour discussion. I will say this is on our side, so with that caveat. The 2022 update to the emergency management plan or emergency operations plan is pretty much done. It's broken down into two parts. We've talked about this, the base plan, and then how we manage the EOC if we have an incident. And it's the guiding document that we use to run the EOC. It's not what we use in the field, and that's a good distinction to make. Unfortunately or fortunately, in small towns, that kind of gets blurred sometimes. But realize this is really for guiding our EOC. No matter what we do tonight, we have a plan in place, and we have some templates and base plans that we would be able to handle an incident that came up, and we've handled them. So just with that in mind. In addition to the EOP, the actual two parts, we have annexes. And we're going to talk a little bit more about those in a moment, but they provide more specific policy and procedures for how we would run the EOC, and that's really where the overlap with the field operations comes in. Originally, the annexes that we looked at were alert and warning, evacuation, continuity of government, which is basically how we would run as a body, or you would run as a body if something happened. Continuity of operations, and that's how we would actually be able to function as a town in terms of providing services. And then, of course, IT disaster recovery, as we've learned in the past, is very important. Based on some of the state guidelines that we're seeing and things that are coming out, we're looking to add the animal annex in. That's actually been completed. We just have to shape it into the actual document, and that exists and is usable as it is today. And I would give some really big kudos to our animal services folks. They've done a phenomenal job at pulling that together. When you think about how animals cause so much issue in emergencies. We need to look at a shelter annex and a recovery and damage annex. Those become very important from the perspective of what are we going to do with people if we have to evacuate, and then how do we figure out the recovery and damage portion, which is really its own animal. Even in emergency management, most of us don't ever get involved in that. Those are slated to try and come online next year. That will be in part of what comes up in the work plan going forward next month. So the plan for 2022 was circulated in July. We circulated it with our partners in the community, some of those that represented AFN, the Access and Functional Needs community. There were some updates and modifications that were made where appropriate. I would note that one of the best responses came from Southwest Gas. They clearly read the whole thing and mentioned that, hey, we need a seat at the table. And I said, yeah, you're right, you do. So, something we didn't really think about, but we did get good response back. In August 2022, we brought it to your council. You guys were able to make some suggestions, which we incorporated with the idea of bringing it back this month. for final approval and the first reading of the associated ordinance update. So looking at the path forward and why we're here is that access and functional needs has always been at the forefront. One of the things that has happened in the last 2 years is the legislature continues to pass laws related to access and functional needs, particularly as it relates to evacuations. And those are becoming much more difficult to meet. And the plan itself, while it met them in the basic concept, we could do a better job at it, bottom line. Their crosswalk that Cal OES uses is really designed for county level. I'll tell you that up front. They don't want to review our program because they don't have the time. And they realize that for the most part, they have so much that they want counties to do, things like coroner, search and rescue, public health, that they want to put into an emergency operations plan that are not our responsibility legally. And so we need to stay away from some of that stuff for obvious reasons. We learned in COVID, public health, not the place we want to be. Coroner duties, those are done by the sheriff here. That's in the law. So those are things that, although we might be involved in and help, we would not be responsible for. The full crosswalk from Cal OES is 71 check items. It is a very in-depth review. And as I mentioned, we're not required to submit at this point, nor do I expect it will be. There was some concern with the way the original legislation was written. It was crafted with the term local government, and what they really meant was counties, but they didn't probably use the right term. So that caused some issues going early on. Full AFN review would look at our whole planning process, emergency communications, emergency evacuations, and sheltering. So it's a very in-depth process. Basically, you rewrite out the whole plan into the crosswalk for each of those items. One of the things that has happened is during the summer, we had a chance to meet with and listen to Mr. Vance Taylor. Vance has worked, I'm going to say probably 10 to 12 years for Cal OES. And has certainly built up the access and functional needs area. It's its own section now. He's the section chief. And we've had some really good stuff happen from Nevada County. Some of the folks that work here with Freed have gone on to work for the state because of our connections. So we have some really good connections there. Vance has really been talking about how can we better serve the access and functional needs group. And so he offered in the summer and then again in some subsequent meetings that he would do a review for local government, but it would not be the full Cal OES review. Rather, he would give us some guidance and help us figure out how to make our plans better. So, just looking at that, we kind of figured out this might be a really good opportunity because we didn't get as much review by some of the local AFN community partners that we would have wanted. So we have met the basic AFN standards for the planning process, and we would be fine going forward. As I said, we're not required to, but we've met the legal standards. If we did go and have Mr. Taylor look at this, we certainly are going to have to put some more work and effort into the alert and warning and the evacuation annexes. This, again, is mainly operational kind of issues. Things like providing American Sign Language on all of our communications where we have video, or whether we're doing public press releases. Closed captioning. It's not enough to say that YouTube closed captions if you turn it on. We have to put them in our videos. Those are the kind of standards we have to get to. Having transportation MOUs, realizing that we don't have enough transportation here for mobility challenged, for people that regularly use public transit. The whole concept now of the, kind of on-call riding system has changed how we have to look at that transportation. And we need to have some MOUs. The days of saying we're just going to use the school buses. Well, the school buses have enough children to be on the buses. They don't have extra buses. So if you're happening during school time, you're not going to get those buses. We used to say the same thing about North Star. We'll just use their buses. Well, North Star doesn't have any buses because they have cut way back, and they've, with things like greenhouse gases, we've had to figure out how to do this. So we've got to really look at that in a different lens and where we can get those MOUs in place. I specifically left sheltering out of there. It's much more involved. It's going to require county and state assistance. Generally, a small incident here we can certainly handle. We can open up a shelter. We have shelter space that would meet access and functional needs. ADA requirements, the state would come up and help us with certifying it and checking it for us if we needed to open that up. So that does exist on the small level, but as soon as we start talking about moving people to like Reno, we're crossing borders. We have to have MOUs in place. That requires state responsibility unless we look at something locally, and that becomes much more problematic. Obviously, Washoe County wants to help. We talk to them all the time. I'm in constant contact with their emergency manager, but it's not inexpensive to run a shelter. And when you talk about whether you have one person or 100 people, you still have to have a lot of the same services, and we have to be able to put the California standard in place in Nevada. That's the requirement. So that becomes some of the things we saw in Caldor that we are definitely still talking about to this day. So going forward, really have two options. One is to direct staff to complete the updates to the annexes to meet the Cal OES crosswalk standards for the access and functional needs. And then we submit to Cal OES for review. That'll probably add about 4 to 6 months to the total process. We'd be back in about May of 2023. Second option is to direct staff to return with the EOP and municipal code as it is updated. Since we are not required to follow the Cal OES process and we've completed the requirements, we could do that. And we could bring it back in November for a first reading. So those would be the two options we see going forward. Certainly open to any questions, comments, concerns, things we can explain better.
I think I'd just add on that with option one, it would allow an opportunity for our new DEI program manager to review the plans as well and work in conjunction with the COAD position that you previously helped fund. That's Community Organizations Aided in Disaster manager position. They could also help receive some of the feedback from the AFN groups that may be impacted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Somehow I missed that in the slides. And it's an excellent opportunity for the DEI position. Erica has worked in the EOC before. She worked in COVID at the early part of it. But to bring her back into the fold and start working not just on this, but going forward, how that's got to look and how that position then fits in an EOC.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation, Bob. We will go to Mayor Henderson for questions first on this one.
Thank you. I will be quite brief, I think, Bob. I really appreciate the comprehensive presentation on this one. It seems to me like there's tremendous benefit in going through the submission to Cal OES and bringing in, our new DEI manager. And I guess my question is, are there any other downsides to doing that other than I understand it will add some time, but during that interim, we also have an existing EOP. So are there any other downsides?
I don't see any. One of the things that I have talked with our Cal OES regional rep about is whether or not this could trip us up into having to submit the whole plan to them, which it would not necessarily be bad. It would just be that much more work. And at the end, they're going to write does not apply on an awful lot of things. With that in mind, though, one of the things that happened recently, actually 2 weeks ago, is I was appointed to the Inland Region Alert and Warning Chair position. So I am now working with Cal OES to work on alert and warnings. I think that coming out of that, they're going to have a very focused lens on stuff we do. That's been my experience with other people who've held this position who don't currently. So I think that it's going to be good. It's just going to be a little more work on our part.
Okay. Well, first, it sounds like congratulations are in order. So congratulations, Bob.
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Could you tell us again what the annexes are covering? Just briefly.
Briefly, alert and warning, evacuation, sheltering. Those ones are definitely going to need to be done sooner, and actually alert and warning and evacuation will be a part of this. Sheltering would be great if I can get it there. And then we will have animal recovery and damage, and the IT disaster recovery.
Okay. A question I only mentioned to you just a little while ago is different from what we're discussing. I noticed that in the town's climate adaptation plan, it says we should incorporate future climatic conditions in emergency operation plan. Do you feel that's been done?
Yeah, so as a part of the original EOP update, we do something called a THIRA, threat hazard. I knew I was going to forget it. Threat hazard response analysis, and there's an I in there, I can't remember. Basically, we look at all the hazards for the town and try and build the EOP around those hazards. One of those is flooding.
Right.
The town does have a history of having flood issues, particularly with rain on snow events.
Right. So you feel we're addressing even that August report that came out about the doubling the chances of a 30-day storm, the catastrophic atmospheric river.
I haven't seen that report. I did spend last week with a group, and we were talking about some of the Midwest floods. One of the things that certainly is true is we're seeing more focused storms, shorter periods, higher intensity, leading to flooding. So you can expect that those are things we would have to address.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Klifstad.
So, given that our EOP is 15 years old,
yes,
and a lot has changed in the last 15 years, and it is recommended to update it at 3-year intervals. Is there any benefit to going with option 2, approving what we have, and then working towards these reviews as an amendment to that?
I don't think so. And the reason I say that is unfortunately, like a lot of things, I could see it too easy for the EOP to be put off like it did get put off for all those years. And I would rather have it correct going in with it correct for today as best we can, knowing that we want to update it in 3 years, but if it doesn't, unlike the local hazard mitigation plan, which carries you don't get funding through grants if you don't have a current one, there's not the same requirement with the EOP. There's no real teeth if you don't do it. And so looking down the road, it could easily start to get pushed backwards because there's other things that become more important.
I appreciate your candor on that.
And I think it's important to note that the draft we have can be a blueprint if we need to utilize it.
That was going to be my next question was, do we have to go back to that 2007 EOP, or can we utilize what you've developed to date, given the vast changes that our community has seen in threats?
The way it currently is, we've actually really kind of moved past that already. We have a policy group that we use that's not listed in the current
2007.
EOP. Yeah, the 2007. Although you're required to accept the document, not necessarily required to follow the document. Again, it's the one document that doesn't have the same teeth as everything else.
Fascinating. Okay. That's it. That's all my questions. Thank you, Bob.
Councilmember Pallavi?
I'm not sure if I missed something, but you would like us to adopt option 1. Is that what you are generally
I would say
saying?
that I think, yes,
Just
I
to
think
be
option 1 is the correct way to go.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Given
That's
the
my
choice,
only
we'll get
question.
there.
All right, no other questions for me. Any public comments? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back. Mayor Henderson?
Sorry. I'm supportive of option one. I don't think I have much more to say on this one. It sounds like it's, I mean, from my perspective and what I've heard, it seems like it's a really great opportunity with relatively limited downside to move forward. So I would be supportive of that.
Council member Zabriskie, and I would also just throw out there to fellow council members, if everybody is feeling good about option one, I would entertain a motion.
I'm going to support option one in part because in response to the question I posed, you indicated we did not get much local response on the EOP, and this seems to me to provide a better opportunity to try a new strategy for outreach and get that input. Oh, and I'll make the motion that we adopt option one.
I'll second it.
All right. We're taking action. We have a motion and a second, unless there's any other discussion. Seeing none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Bob. We appreciate all your hard work on that.
Thank you. And thank you, council, for the direction.
I think while Hillary's coming up, I just want to really point out that for the size of our community and our organization, we're really doing a lot on this front, and that's really with Bob's expertise. And to his point earlier about this could easily slip, I hope Bob is going to work for many, many years to come, but he actually did unretire to join us in this position, and I suppose someday would want to retire again. So to utilize his expertise while he's here is really important.
That's the question we should ask. What kind of answer?
All right, we will move on to item 7.4, Truckee Library Joint Power Authority Process and Polling for Revenue Measure, and we have Hillary Hobbs to present.
Great. Back again, Council. I'm happy to be here tonight to address two related issues that will help us continue to move forward the project that we've been supporting for a number of years, which is the visioning and development for a new Truckee Library facility. So we've been working in partnership with Nevada County and the Friends of the Truckee Library for several years on this project. I want to acknowledge that we have both Kathleen Egan, who is a library champion and board member of the Friends of the Truckee Library, and April Cole, who is the campaign director for the Library Up campaign under the Friends of the Truckee Library with us tonight. So thank you for joining us. And we have been working very closely with the two of them, the rest of their Friends of the Library group, as well as staff from Nevada County on this project. So the first topic to address this evening is the JPA formation process. Over the past year, staff have worked in partnership with Nevada County and the Friends of the Library to hire and work with a consultant team to develop a framework for creating a joint powers authority as a legal structure to facilitate development of a new Truckee library. Nevada County contracted with our consultant team from Concero Solutions and BAE Urban Economics and paid for that work product. So thank you to our partners with Nevada County for leading this partnership effort. This process involved individual meetings with each of the three partners and 4 facilitated joint meetings to really delve into each partner's interests and thoughts on how to proceed with developing a library and our roles in that process. And the process culminated in developing a memo addressing numerous points of agreement, as well as 10 outstanding issues that we didn't quite have time to work through. So those are on our to-do list to continue to work towards, as well as a sequence of next steps with an estimated timeline of 12 to 18 months. It's a pretty aggressive timeline to work through to complete the potential JPA formation process. Again, the memo provides a framework for developing the JPA. It's not a final JPA agreement, and accepting the memo this evening does not legally commit any or the town in this case, or any partner to joining a future JPA. All partners just committed to bringing this memo to each of our respective boards and council as an update and to accept sort of where we are in this process. So staff's recommendation this evening is to accept the JPA memo and direct staff to continue to work with the county and Friends of the Library on the outlined outstanding issues and next steps. Moving on to our second related topic, within the memo, one of the key next steps is to explore a revenue measure for a potential tax measure to support development of the library. Staff recommends that council authorize the town manager to enter into a contract to do an initial ballot measure polling to explore the feasibility of a revenue measure. As proposed, the town would contract and fund this process, although the process would be a collaborative process involving the county, Friends of the Library, and other partners. The initial revenue measure polling would help us to explore the feasibility of a revenue measure, as well as some of the specifics like the timing of the measure, the feasibility amount per parcel, and geographic boundary options, which could include certain areas in the library's service area that are outside of the town of Truckee's jurisdiction. The proposed scope of work is with TBWBH, Props and Measures, which is a little bit of a mouthful, but as a consultant, we've worked with numerous times on all of our past ballot measures with the town, and they have a great understanding of sort of the dynamics of the town and ballot measures in our community. You will likely recall the name Charles Heath, who is one of the partners with TBWBH and has worked with us, presented to council before. The consultant would facilitate a stakeholder subcommittee process to develop the polling questions and help us address some of those key questions we want to be looking at through the polling results. They'd complete the polling survey and then would help us understand and plan based on the results. The total contract amount for this work is not to exceed $55,000. Oh, there we go. Having a little flickering of the screen. With that, staff's recommendations are to accept the points of agreement and outstanding issues and next steps memos, and direct staff to work with Nevada County and Friends of the Library to address those next steps, and to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with TBWH Props and Measures to study electoral feasibility of a revenue measure to support library development in an amount not to exceed $55,000. And I realize that language is a little confusing. The library development itself is more than $55,000. That's the polling work, not to exceed $55,000.
Is it a library for ants? Just kidding. All right, thank you very much, Hillary. All right, we will move on to council member serious questions. Council member Zabriskie, we'll start with you.
In the public communications, I was wondering, have there been communications with the school district? SE Parks and Rec, Utility District, Sanitary District, and Placer County?
There have been preliminary conversations with the school district. Most recently, Friends of the Library has had conversations with them about their potential interest in joining a JPA. The reason why those other three districts were listed is those are the three underlying landowners of the land where the library is expected to be located.
Okay. And have you gotten any update from the county on their consideration of the memo or the
We
consultants
have.
agreement?
I'm so glad you asked, because I failed to mention that the Board of Supervisors did consider this memo today. They approved it adopting it unanimously. They were very positive on the process and the progress that has been made.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Klofstad.
I have no further questions.
We'll go to Mayor Henderson next. I forget which way I'm going. Mayor Henderson.
Sorry, I've thrown a wrench in tonight. I just want to confirm, I know the polling costs came in slightly higher than anticipated, and so the budget for that is intended to come out of the $300,000 already allocated to the library. Do I have that correct?
That's partially correct. We had $40,000 budgeted to go towards studies, and we really earmarked that with this in mind. The budget came in at 55, so 15,000 to fill that gap would come out of the 300,000 council had allocated with grant match funding in mind.
Okay. And so if we have grant match funding opportunities in future, then that's going to be reduced slightly from what it is now.
That's correct. Based on the timing of likely grant funding. Even if we were awarded a grant this fiscal year, typically you don't need to have the match provided until sort of you're at that point in spending down the grant amount. So we have some time before those funds would need to be expended, but we do have a gap in the amount that council will have approved for match funding.
Okay, thank you. And then Hillary, can you just, and I know there was a question about this in advance, but just the timing of the polling and, doing it in early 2023, I guess sort of especially in light of tax fatigue, and if Measure V passes, even more tax fatigue and people just sort of, hear another tax. So can you just speak to that timing a little bit?
Sure. We did discuss this with Charles Heath and make sure that he didn't, as our sort of expert on polling, didn't have any significant concerns with that. He felt like early 2023 wouldn't be an appropriate time and would not likely sort of reflect any specific fatigue from the 2022 election. We specifically held off on doing polling this fall because we realized that the messaging would be very confusing with ongoing ballot measures and campaigns going on. So for that reason, we decided to push it off to 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi, questions?
Yeah, just two quick ones. So I think I saw a target date of June 2025 for the ballot measure. Was that accurate?
That's a tentative date. And again, we will look towards our expert consultants to help us narrow that down and see if that's the most strategic date.
And probably not surprising to anybody, I was the one who asked a lot of these questions on item 7.4 tonight prior to this meeting. And I just want to clarify one thing. In the second question that was asked regarding the type of tax, one of the responses was, it's important to note that this is preliminary polling to gauge community interest and support for the library. So what I'm wondering is this part one of two in terms of a $50,000 ask of us supporting this polling? So are we looking at, by the end of the day on this thing, we're going to have invested $100,000 just in polling? Is that the intention?
I'll answer that as a two-part question. We anticipate that this would be part one of two of polling. At this point, your council nor have staff made any commitment that the town would be paying for all of that polling. Our recommendation is for the town to pay for this first round of polling, and then it's an open question of what the fund source would be for final polling before a ballot measure would move forward.
So what I'm guessing is we're kind of going to be asking questions based on acceptable amounts of property tax. And I guess both it's a concern. It's also maybe just trying to dig too deeply. But, if we're going if the intent at the end of the day is to have a two-part process on the polling, wouldn't it behoove us to look at additional tax structures other than just property? I'm just asking that question sort of more generally. Like, it seems like we're already pigeonholing ourselves into the type of tax. And so all we're going to get out of this is yes or no, right? Do you support $50, $75, $200? And so those are the questions we're going to ask. If then we're going to look at refining that, it would just seem like we're maybe refining too quickly. So maybe that's not necessarily a question and just an observation for those of you designing the poll, and I'll maybe just leave it at that. My second question is simply, and this might be to April or Kath or maybe to staff, as you guys know, is this funding mechanism specifically for construction? And it's a single capital expense that's potentially bonded, whatever ever happens to it is fine. I understand that, but ongoing operations is funded through Measure A, other private fundraising. I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to get a bigger picture of is this is simply capital. It has nothing to do with long-term operations, and sort of what that operational plan might look like. Is that a renewal of Measure A at a different amount, something like that? So that's why I was asking those questions on Measure A as well.
The intent is to look at feasibility of using this measure to help fund both the construction, so capital cost, as well as some amount for facility maintenance, because the cost of operating a larger facility would be higher than the amount that's currently budgeted. The intent is not to have this ballot measure cover all library operating costs and staffing. That is primarily funded through Measure A at this point. And the counties, the Measure A is county-wide. The county's intent is to continue to have a fund source to support library operations county-wide. One of the outstanding issues addressed in the memo is to have further conversations on Measure A funding and expectations on sort of the level of service, because once you go from the current library size to something that's almost 4 times that size, there could be community expectations on increased level of service, increased hours, staffing, you name it, and in which case there could be a gap there that would, if we would like to raise those raise the level of service to fulfill some of those expectations, would require looking for additional funding sources, whether that's fundraising by Friends of the Truckee Library or some other fund source. But the intention is not to have those operating costs paid for out of this ballot measure.
And sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I just want to touch base a little bit. And duly noted on the type of tax. I think one reason that property tax is preferred, at least initially in this, is it's not as subject to economic volatility, right? So if this is money that's coming in to pay off bonds, we need to have a guarantee of a certain amount in order to meet that commitment, whereas sales tax is going to fluctuate, and a lot of the other taxing possibilities would have much more economic volatility. So we can raise that with the consultant, but that's the initial thought with a parcel tax.
Is there been future conversations? So you're hitting on exactly some of my questions, and I guess my last quick question is there going to be, or are we looking at conversations? Looks like Measure A expires in 2030-ish or so, and that's a sales tax, and so we wouldn't have room to barely double if we're talking about a 4x size library that theoretically will have additional level of service above our existing library is my assumption. So those funds are going to need to come from somewhere, and we'll be presented with all of that at the time where we decide to go to ballot, I'm assuming, so that we're looking at operational costs in addition to capital costs to make sure it's a successful project and all of those things. And that's what we'll get back before we put this to ballot.
Correct. Yes.
Great.
And Measure A, if I'm doing the math correctly, expires in 2032. I'm looking at Kathleen. Yes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Appreciate all those questions. I do not have any additional questions, so I will open it up to public comment. Is there any members of the public who would like to comment? I thought there might be. Please come up to the podium, and as is always the case, you will have 3 minutes.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm April Cole, Campaign Director at Friends of the Truckee Library. I think you all know that by now, but thank you very much for your questions. Great questions tonight, and thank you for the opportunity to listen to what we have to say and putting this on the agenda. FOTL has submitted formal comments on our recommendations, our hope that you move forward with staff's recommendations regarding these agenda items. But what I'm here for is to just put a little bit more color on why we need this library. I think it's really important to state, and I have 3 minutes, so I'm going to use them. Over the past 5 months in this role, I have been very active in my engagement with the community as far as taking the opportunity to listen to why our community wants, or they don't want, a new library. And I will say it has been the most satisfying job to ever do, because when you tell people in Truckee that you are looking to help build a new library, I have received universal excitement from our community. And I'm sure you guys know that universal approval is like really rare to come by. It's been thrilling. I have reached out to people of all ages, socioeconomic status, English speakers, Spanish speakers, parents, snowboarders, bartenders, really anybody I can talk to. I'm really out there trying to get the reasoning why and thoughts on this library. And support has been universal. The reasons why people support a library differ across the board, and it is a reflection of how important and how diverse libraries are and what people's expectations of libraries are. I want to give you this quote from Michelle Lumia. She noted, "I support the expansion and improved facilities of our library because it is our best way to contribute to civility in our community." I just thought that was quite poignant for today's times. In addition to general community support, we have incredible support from special districts and agencies, TDRPD, TDPUD, Truckee Sanitary District, Tahoe Forest Health System, TTUSD, Truckee Fire District, and more. Just across the board support. I know this project is hard. I know this is not going to be simple, that it will take a lot of time, but I want to urge you to support this project and continue to move it forward. Because it means a lot to our community. It is a safe space, equitable, accessible, an opportunity for a resilient center, and really just a beautiful place that will really define the town's investment in our community. And I really think that Truckee is going to be known in time. Oh, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I tried to write it down to be fast, too.
Any other public comments? No? All right. We will close public comment then and bring it back to council. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I think there are a lot of unknowns in terms of how we're going to build this library, but reflecting what April just said, I think it's clear it's something we both need and want to do. And with that in mind, I'm ready to go with staff's recommendation.
Councilmember Klivstad?
Thank you, April, and thank you, Kathleen, for being here. This is a really exciting step. It's been a long time coming, and I think it's obviously a critical step for us to understand what are our options for a path forward, and hopefully there is a path forward. I appreciate the questions that you brought up in advance, Councilmember Pallavi. Those were helpful to think about in terms of where this could possibly lead. And it's good for us to start thinking about that now and filter the response and the results of this survey with those thoughts in mind. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I'm very supportive of council's recommendation and look forward to the results.
Mayor Henderson.
Thank you. I'm incredibly supportive of this. There has been so much work that has led to this point over many years at this point. And I think April said it so eloquently. This supports our goals for connectivity, for community inclusivity, for a robust, diversified future workforce economy, and so much more. And I just want to thank everyone. This is a really great example of collaborating with our partners at the county, with the Friends of the Truckee Library, with our special districts. And I want to thank our Board of Supervisors for supporting this during their meeting today. I think if everyone is generally supportive, I would be willing to make a motion on staff's two recommended actions. But I know not everyone has been able to weigh in yet, so I can hold that motion as well.
I would say go ahead and make that motion, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
So, we can't hear you, Mayor Henderson. She made a motion. All right, second by Councilmember Pallavi.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we accept the points of agreement, outstanding issues, and next steps related to development of the new Truckee Library memo completed by Concero Solutions, and direct staff to work with Nevada County and Friends of the Truckee Library to address the outlined outstanding issue and next steps, and additionally authorize the town manager to execute a contract with TBWVH Props and Measures to complete a scope of work study to support library development in an amount not to exceed $55,000 funded through CIPC 2110. Whew, that was a mouthful.
Do I hear a second, Councilmember Pallavi?
Second.
Did you have any additional comments, Councilmember Pallavi? Okay. I just wanted to add that really appreciated the work TBWBH did for Measure U. I was part of that working group, so I know they do great work and excited to see the results from the polling and look forward to moving this forward. So with that, we will take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nope. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will move on to our next item. This is the 7.5, the townwide trail maintenance and snow removal equipment purchase. I do not see Becky here, so I'm guessing Dan will be doing this one.
All right. Yeah, the item in front of you tonight is a recommendation from staff that the town of Truckee, through currently Measure R and in a couple of years Measure U, take on responsibility for all trail maintenance on all trails in town that are within town-held easements. So there's a lot of trails in Truckee, like in Tahoe Donner, there's miles of dirt trail that are not in town-held easements. That's not what we're referring to. What we're referring to are the network of paved trails that are currently in town easements, but are not necessarily all of the town's maintenance responsibility. So with trail maintenance, there's three basic types. There's routine maintenance, which is going out, sweeping the debris off the trail surfaces, sealing cracks, picking up trash, taking out the garbage. There's snow removal, which is an optional task. If we want to have our trails accessible in the winter, we need to do that. If we choose not to make them accessible, we don't have to. And then there's ongoing pavement maintenance, which would be surface coats, ongoing repaving, reconstruction of trails, those types of activities. So this exhibit has a lot of different colors on it. Each color represents a different person or entity who has trail maintenance responsibility. So there's about 25 different colors on here, which means there's about 25 different either HOAs, private individuals, building owners, or business owner associations who have trail maintenance responsibility. Predictably, that results in very wide spectrum of the level of maintenance that happens on trails. So these are examples of some of the trails that the town is not currently maintaining, but that are being maintained or not maintained in some cases by other parties. So with the recent passage of Measure U, which in staff's opinion secures in the long term a sustainable source of revenue for trails funding, both construction and maintenance, we believe that a good use of that fund is to standardize trail maintenance in the town under the town's management at consistent levels throughout the town, as opposed to having varying levels of trail maintenance that happens based on who has responsibility for it. But there's a cost for that. So I believe, as you're aware, the Measure U is expected to generate an additional $1.5 million a year in revenue on top of the existing $1.5 million, so $3 million total per year. The of the trail inventory in town, of the paved trail inventory, the town is currently maintaining about half of that, so 10 or 11 miles. We're spending $200,000 to $250,000 a year on that. If we go ahead and accept the maintenance responsibility on these other trails, we will effectively be doubling that. And so that, again, the consistency and the quality of the maintenance is going to come with an expense. From staff's perspective, we believe it's a good use of the current Measure R dollars and the future Measure U dollars, because I think all too often we get enamored with building cool new things and then we forget to take care of them, and then the quality of the user experience suffers because of that. So this is just a little more detail on the different mileage of trails we have out there and who's taking care of it. And a couple of things we wanted to also bring to your attention now. If we take this action, one thing staff would recommend you also do is that you right now add money to the budget to buy 2 new pieces of snow removal equipment. What that would allow for is not additional equipment for this winter, but additional equipment for the winter of 23-24. And this type of equipment has long lead time, so if we were to wait till our next budget cycle, which would be next summer, late spring, early summer, we wouldn't be able to procure that equipment for next winter. It would be yet one more year. So that's one of those reasons we're recommending the budget amendment for additional equipment now. And then the other thing we're doing is giving you a heads up that if we take this action, we would be recommending, as part of the next budget cycle, additional staffing that could be dedicated to trail maintenance. So we think it will take some time to cycle up. If you tell us to go ahead and take on this maintenance responsibility now, we are not going to be able to do a whole lot before this winter. Most of the cycling up would happen next summer, and in order to do that, we would be recommending additional staffing, and we just don't want that to be a surprise to you then that we don't warn you about now or give you a heads up about now. We also believe that by taking this action, I showed some pictures a minute ago of some trails out there that are in relatively rough shape. What we'll be doing is going out next spring, doing an inventory of all the trail conditions and the pavement conditions, and we're highly confident that out of that is going to come an identification that we need to go repave or potentially do some reconstruction work on at least 2 to 3 miles of trail within the first year or two. So that would be an additional capital cost that would be budgeted as part of our next budget cycle. So what we would suggest for this year, if we do go ahead and accept these trails into the town maintained network, is that we do snow removal on all of the trails this winter, but that we do it in a prioritized fashion, where basically the trails that we're currently maintaining, we would continue to do that. We would continue to do snow removal on those. We would make those our top priority in terms of snow removal. And then the trails that are in yellow, which are for the most part the trails we would be taking on maintenance responsibility for, that we do snow removal on those, but that we do it as a Tier 2 priority, which would mean that we wouldn't necessarily have the resource to do that work on a daily basis during storm events, and it would most likely happen after storm events have subsided and we're in between storm cycles. And the reason for that is we don't have the equipment or the personnel resource right now to do that work. I will put an asterisk on that in that because with some of the labor challenges we're having in snow removal, both on road maintenance and on the trail side, I'm going to be meeting with other public works staff this week to have a conversation about whether or not to look at contract snow removal services potentially on some of our trails. If it's kind of late in the game to be looking for contractors for this winter, but we may take a look at that as a mechanism to really do 2 things. One, get a higher level of service on our trail snow removal this winter, but also potentially free up some town staff that would have been charged off to trail snow removal make them available to do snow removal on roads where we're also going to be short-staffed this winter. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but we could be coming back to you with some recommendations around that as well. So again, the fiscal impact in the immediate term would be, by adding this approximate 11 miles of road, of trail, on average, that's going to amount to about another $280,000 per year in expense. That covers routine maintenance, snow removal, and then annualized cost of pavement preservation and replacement. And then what we would be recommending in the immediate term, again, is a $380,000 budget amendment that would allow us to get new equipment purchases in the pipeline to get to the proper equipment levels to do daily snow removal on all trails beginning in the winter of 23-24. So recommendation is to accept all paved trails into the town trail maintenance network, to fund all of that maintenance with the combination of Measure U now and Measure R now and Measure U in the future, and to amend the fleet equipment purchase budget for fiscal year 2022-23 to add $380,000 in Measure R funds to that budget. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dan. Councilmember Klopstad, we'll start with you on questions.
Thank you. So can you go back to the list of things that we would be adding? The cost for the snow blower, the FTE, right? So you're expecting no, I'm sorry. How much are you expecting to add for the snow blower?
So it would be two pieces of equipment and $380,000 total.
And that's for kind of a Kubota style?
Yeah, it's the McLean's. They're the little red tractors that you see on the trails currently, so it would be two more of those.
Gas-fired or gas-powered?
Yeah.
And you're looking at procuring those or getting them ordered
Actually,
now?
diesel-powered.
Diesel-powered. Okay, so they would utilize our renewable diesel
Yes.
option. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, it looks like there are ride-on electric snow throwers. I have no idea if they're any good or not, but I wouldn't mind just seeing what our options are there for that. I think additionally, are we looking at, with this CIP project, are we potentially looking at doing that assessment in-house of our existing trails, or are we potentially looking at having a consultant come in and do like a safety assessment or pavement assessment?
We would do that in-house.
We would do it in-house.
Yeah,
Okay, great. So there wouldn't be added costs. That's kind of built into this.
We have that expertise in-house.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
Go to Mayor Henderson next.
I think my only question is, so I know, Dan, I apologize because I can't see the slides, but I can see in your staff report the projected trail expenditures. Do we expect that to increase additionally, kind of above the FY 22-23 sort of, next year, the additions to the budget, but do we expect that to continue sort of increasing year over year if more trail infrastructure comes online? I'm just curious about a longer term financial forecast for that.
Sure. So on average, trails cost about $26,000 per year in today's dollars to maintain. Some of that money is about 2/3 of that is money that we spend every year. So snow removal, that's an annual expense. Routine maintenance is an annual expense. The other third of it is money that comes in large chunks periodically. So repaving a trail that we don't necessarily do every year, but that there's an annualized expense associated with that. So those are the types of expenditures. So about 2/3 of it happens year in, year out. Another third of it happens in the form of projects that occur more periodically. So as our trail network continues to expand with new projects, that $26,000 per year cost increment per mile of trail would continue to grow. I would also expect that with assuming there's continued costs or inflationary costs of materials, labor, equipment, that we're going to see ongoing incremental CPI type increases in trail maintenance expenses as well.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that. And I guess I would just say, well, I guess this isn't really a question, but I would also be curious, just given kind of, funding through the IRA and other mechanisms to electrify fleets, buses, garbage trucks, light, medium, heavy duty equipment, what other options do we have? Maybe even to use one of those pieces of equipment as a sort of, a use case or a pilot for electric for some of our lighter, medium duty snow equipment.
So for these types of blowers, we have not identified anything in the electric equipment market that would meet the need. With some of the smaller, there's things like trail sweepers that are available in electric models these days. They're relatively new within the last year or two. And there's some other, like leaf blower type equipment, hopefully utility vehicles, smaller scale utility vehicles that you go out to pick up the trash with. Those are available now in electric vehicles. So I think on the snow removal front, we're limited right now. I think with some of the other types of equipment, we have some options.
Okay, thank you, Dan. That's it for my questions.
Councilmember Pallavi?
My only question is maybe a little bit more fundamental, but I think I know the location of all four of those pictures that you showed us, and I'm just wondering if that is the location that you're planning that is going to be in need of that pavement resurface in Tier 1. That'd be the, Pioneer down to Trout Creek segment there as one of the highest priority ones.
That's what I would expect.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I agree then.
Councilmember Zabriskie, questions?
I was just wondering how many of those 8.5 private miles did the developers agree to maintain?
Good question. Let me back up just a bit.
And you remember what the nature of the agreements?
I do, and they're widely variable, is how I would describe it. So let me back up. And what has happened is things have evolved over time. So we had trails that were built in the mid-2000s with development that happened at that time. And there was a requirement by the developer to build the trail and maintain it. No definition of what maintenance consisted of, no clear standards. And then as time went on, some of those agreements were, okay, now you've got to maintain it, and here's the standard you need to maintain it to. In no instances did it require snow removal. And then more recently, we've created CFDs. So with the Coldstream development, it was, okay, development's responsible for maintaining it, and you're responsible for funding it through a CFD, which the money reverts to the town, and then the town does the maintenance on it. The developers at the time said, okay, that's fair enough, but we also would like to, in these agreements, build in some equity provisions so that should the town in the future decide to take on trail maintenance on trails elsewhere in the community that it's not currently maintaining, that we be included in that as well in terms of a kind of an overall community equity, so that one neighborhood isn't funding trail maintenance while others aren't. So there's that kind of maybe a public policy consideration in here as well, where what the staff recommendation would do is it would basically have all trails funded out of a common funding source kind of equally throughout the community.
And so what was the explanation from the private funders for only providing $4,300, somewhere around there? I mean, it's $26,000 to maintain a mile of trail, and they put in, on average, 4,000 and change.
So two things with that. So one, that was I think from staff's perspective, we as the town, prior to the passage of Measure U, were not necessarily comfortable taking on this degree of maintenance responsibility and associated expense. However, at the same time, there were pressures within the community to try to get to a more standardized level of trail maintenance. So what was done a year ago is we basically put the offer out to all the different folks who have trail maintenance responsibility to say, hey, why don't you, rather than you guys pay for it, why don't you pay us to do it? And there was effectively a negotiation that happened where those folks said, well, we're doing it for this cost, and we don't want to pay more than that. And so that's where that number came from. A couple of things that number didn't include, though, was ongoing pavement replacement, ongoing surface coats, some of the crack sealing, which it tends to be the more expensive work. So that number was not included in the 4,000. That was still left as the responsibility of the various development interests out there.
And that's true today?
That's true today.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. We will open up public comment now. Is there any members of the public here who would like to make a comment?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you very much. I'm Paco Lindsay. I'm with the Truckee Trails Foundation. Allison Pedley, the executive director, could not make it tonight, so I'm here representing Truckee Trails. I can say Truckee Trails, Allison, myself, we've had many conversations with Dan and town staff over the years about this issue of the trails, the ones that primarily are, say, north of I-80. The level of service has been kind of all over the place up there. Some has been pretty good. Some has been horrendous. Truckee Trails for quite a while kind of took the approach, talking with staff, saying, well, geez, if this was an obligation of these developers and these property owners to maintain it, let's see what we can do. And, we feel convinced that town staff tried everything possible, and the level of service up there is pretty abysmal in many spots. As a rider myself, speaking as a citizen myself, some of that stuff up there is a joke. I think it's horrendous. By the Pioneer Center, it's almost criminal. I'm sorry. I mean, I had some friends here this summer that were visiting. They were all excited about the Legacy Trail, and then they rode a trail and they go, what's going on? So what I'm circling back to is I think it is time to take this all in and get a standard level of service. We are a trails town. Again, as I spoke a few months back, Truckee Trails is a little bit protective, maybe for lack of a better word, Measure U funds, Measure R funds. We want to make sure it's used in the proper way. This is definitely going towards trails. I do wish maybe the original developers could, carry the load, but once again, I think we've exhausted that. We have to move on. So again, Truckee Trails is supportive of going down this path, making us a trails town, high level of maintenance. Winter, I think we've proved with the plowing of the Legacy Trail, the Trout Creek Trail, how much people love it and use it. Even with climate change, it still is going to snow. We still need that. More and more people are riding their e-bikes now year round. I mean, I'm kind of amazed. A couple of years ago, there was just a couple of folks I saw out, and now even last winter, other than maybe Christmas time, I saw numerous people riding their e-bikes all winter long. So basically, myself as a bike rider, a citizen, and then with my Truckee Trails hat on, we are supportive of going down this path. So we're excited to have, a standard level of maintenance throughout the town and become a big trails town that we already are. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Paco. All right, I don't see any other members of the public to make a public comment, so we will close public comment. We will bring it back for deliberation. Councilmember Klövstad, you get to kick us off.
I would love to. I'm in full support of this. This is something that I think we started talking about the year that I got on council, so it's exciting to be at this point. The risk of being snarky, particularly for that section of trail that we all expect to be the highest priority of repaving, I would really love to see something on there that says brought to you by Measure R and Measure U once it's done. Because at the last thing I want to do is have the community have the impression that that developer actually stood up and took care of that trail. And I would just want that to be really clear that it's the community that stepped up to do that. So with that, trying not to be snarky.
Thank you very much. Mayor Henderson?
Thank you. I think Paco's sentiments or comments largely reflect my own. I wish the developers would have had some greater responsibility in this, but we are where we are. We need to craft solutions going forward. And I really appreciate the Trails Foundation's support of this, especially because the reality is that putting these funds here, which I think is really worthwhile, means those funds can't go toward other Measure U type projects. So with that, I do think it's a worthwhile cause. I think consistency is important. I think accessibility is important. So I am supportive of moving forward.
Councilmember Pallavi.
I will not be snarky because that is about the least snarky thing you could, I was very impressed with you even approaching that topic. So thank you. No, I'm super supportive and I agree with you. I think it's really important to show the community what they're getting back and how, and make those results be more visible as we move this forward, because it would be a disservice to reward that developer, for that lack of maintenance that's really taken place there. So yeah, I'm fully supportive too.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
When I biked down the town and back up the hill again, I always like to think about that section as adding to the diversity of my experience. But all of that said, I would really like to see it cleaned up. And I'm fine with a sign giving credit where credit's due.
Thank you. I will just add, super supportive of this. Really appreciate Truckee Trails engagement and continued insight with town and conversations, and just want to thank town staff for being proactive on this. As you mentioned, Dan, a third of this 26,000 per mile is kind of stockpiled so we can do these projects, and that's so important so we don't end up with trails that are in disrepair in the future. And just think it's great that I like this, that we can be a trail town and really ensure that folks can access our trails any time of year. And again, voters passed Measure U by 80%. So that's pretty close to mandate status. Folks want us to do this. So I think we're all in agreement. So would love to hear a motion. I don't think I can as mayor.
Okay. I will move that we accept all paved trails into the town trail maintenance network to provide consistent snow removal and a higher level of trail maintenance. Fund all trail maintenance with Measure R and Measure U funds, and amend the fleet equipment purchases CIP C1811 for fiscal 22-23 to add $380,000 for snow blowers.
I will second.
Yep.
We'll give it to Mayor Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, it's right around 9 o'clock. We have 2 items left. Do my fellow council members just want to keep trucking along? 5-minute quick bathroom break. Stop drinking so much water, Councilmember Pallavi. All right, 5 minutes. We'll be back at 9:05. to order and move on to item 7.6, a public hearing amending community development block grant agreement and discussion of CDBG program income application.
I'm just going to throw you off and do it from down here.
Yep. And Vice Mayor Romack, is your mic on? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry about that. We'll return to item 7.6, public hearing amending community development block grant agreement and discussion of CDBG program income application.
So I had a slide for you, but I feel like it's probably just faster at this point for me to just do the presentation from here. In part because this is a way for us to just repurpose funds that if we didn't use, we would have to give back to the state. So if you kind of think way back when we did our last application, there were coronavirus funds available. So we brought forward to council the application for that and used it for business assistance and micro enterprise loans. So we have that going. This is really just a way for us to take funds that we already had that were CDBG funds that we haven't expended, combine those together, and then do a new application for program income application, and then also amend our existing agreement, basically saying we're going to do this other application of program income. HCD never makes anything easy, so this is a lot of just technical background stuff, so they require us to do 2 public hearings. But think of it in terms of this is an opportunity for us to kind of pool money together, and then we can use it for something that has actual benefit. Spoiler alert, the best project that we have at this point is going to be the Pacific Crest Commons project, in part because there's a lot of strings attached to these applications, including having NEPA already been done, understanding the complexities of federal funding that are applied to projects, and then having a project that's actually ready. So we did reach out to the Estates Meadows project also to see if they were interested, and they were not. So although the requirement tonight is to do a public hearing to solicit input, like I said, spoiler alert, we'll come back to you for the second public hearing in all likelihood with the application for the almost $188,000 for Pacific Crest Commons. And we've discussed this with Caleb, and he's totally on board. So the app request tonight and recommended action is to open the public hearing, accept any public comment that there is for it. So this would be for us to amend our current standard agreement that we have for our CDBG CV2 and 3 applications. So again, the business assistance, micro enterprise loans, and then also to submit the new program income application, and doing that through resolution 2022-66. That's it.
Thank you very much, Danielle. We will go to questions. Mayor Henderson, you're up first. Any questions on this item?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi, over to this side. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Just a general question. So the $52,000 comes back from a fund that would have been limited to coronavirus response, and now it goes back into the scope of funding allowed by a community development block grant. What can you just tell me generally what is the scope of the block grant?
The community development block grants,
Yes.
They're generally used for lower income applications, so 80% and below AMI type projects. They can be for anything from public facilities, housing programs, things like that. So the last time that we've used the CDBG money was for the transit shelter on Estates Drive. So Joanne is our whiz with this, so she's the one that comes in and looks at, how to kind of make sure we don't lose funding, and then how we can best pair it with projects. So that's how we came up with the transit shelter, and that's also how we're coming up with doing this application for the Pacific Crest Commons project.
Thank you.
Councilmember Klopstad, any questions?
It's clear as mud. I'll take it.
All right, and with that, we'll open up public comment. Seeing no members of the public, we will close public comment. We will come back to council. Happy to entertain a motion as soon as anyone would like to, but Mayor Henderson will start with comments from you.
No, I don't have anything additionally. I think we've talked about this one previously. The staff report was incredibly succinct, so I am happy to make a motion unless someone wants to make any other comments related to deliberation.
I would say go ahead and make that motion, Mayor Henderson.
Okay, so that we open the public hearing, accept comments regarding amendment of CDBG Standard Agreement CDBG-CV-2-3, approve resolution 2022-66, and accept comment regarding CDBG program income application.
Second.
Any further discussion or comments? Nope, we will take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nope, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Danielle. All right, and the last item on our open session is a very important one, classification and compensation final report and adoption of revised classifications into wage matrix. And we've got Bonnie Thompson-Hardin with us.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. It's my pleasure to present the results of this comp and class study tonight. We also have Alyssa Thompson who'll be joining us virtually. She'll be kicking off this presentation to present the results of her study. And first, I'd really like to thank Alyssa and the COF team for all of their help during this process. They have been professional and responsive and really answered all of our questions and engaged with the employees. So we really appreciate their help and guidance through this process. So with that, I will let Alyssa take it away. And you just let me know when you want me to change your slide.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. So good evening, Council. My name is Alyssa Thompson, and I am a project manager at Coffin Associates. And this evening, I will be walking all of you through the classification and total compensation study, primarily walking you through the methodology and providing an overview of the results, with much of the detail provided in the narrative reports that you were provided this evening. So to the first, or I guess the next slide, just a little bit about COF and Associates. We were founded in 1984. We are now part of Gallagher, a division within Gallagher. Our work primarily focuses on conducting classification and total compensation studies like we did for the town. And we work primarily in the public sector. So we work with towns, cities, counties, special districts all throughout California. And as Bonnie mentioned, our approach in doing these studies is to be straightforward, interactive, and all-inclusive, meaning that we do have points throughout our process, both the classification and compensation study, where we do have engaged with various stakeholders at all levels throughout the town. Moving on to the classification study, in regards to the classification study methodology, what you see here, it lays out the study process that we took. First, starting off with initial meetings with executive team and human resources to clarify the scope, timeline, and also walk through and provide an overview of the study methodology. The next step in our process is then to conduct orientation meetings with employees. And during these meetings, it's an opportunity for us to meet some of the employees, though we did do it virtually. We were able to engage with employees, provide an overview, and walk through the study, both the classification and total compensation study process, as well as highlight areas where we would be asking for their involvement throughout both study processes. In addition, what we typically share during these meetings is just talking about expectations, so what the study will involve and what it will not involve. The next step, once those meetings are conducted, is then to have employees complete what we call a position description questionnaire. And that's where they answer various questions about the work that they perform and the qualifications required to perform that work. Based on those questionnaires, we then follow up with employees, supervisors, and management and do interviews. Some of those interviews were one-on-one interviews, some were group interviews, and we also had the opportunity through the interviews to conduct some of those on site, which was great, especially in considering with the pandemic and COVID. So we use both the PDQ and the interviews to gather information about all the positions, about the work being performed at the town. And then we go ahead and review that information to develop what we call classification concepts as well as the descriptions. So we, in that process, as we are writing the classification descriptions, we are also ensuring that each position or employee is in the proper classification. As well as part of the process in terms of developing the classification descriptions, what we also did was develop new classification descriptions based on the needs of the town. Those descriptions were not finalized right away. We did go through a process where employees, supervisors, and management had a chance to review those descriptions while they were in draft form, ask questions, provide feedback, which we then responded to questions and addressed feedback and made any revisions to the descriptions as necessary. Moving on to the next slide, what we have listed here is what we call job analysis factors. So I mentioned that as part of this process, not only did we revise the town's classification system and write the classification descriptions, we also wanted to ensure that each employee was in the proper classification. And so how we evaluate and make that determination is by analyzing the factors that you see listed here on the slide. So we look at factors like decision-making and judgment associated with the work, the complexity of the work performed, responsibilities related to supervision, budget, as well as the qualifications and working conditions in which the work is performed. Once we go ahead and evaluate each of the positions, then we make a recommendation for a proper classification. The next slide provides an overview of the findings and recommendations regarding the classification study. So as part of the recommendations, we did recommend changing titles for 18 classifications. In addition, we did find that there were 10 positions that require, or we recommended to have a classification change, which we call reclassification. And then finally, the recommendation was to develop 9 new classifications to meet the town's business needs and operational needs now and into the future. Taking a step back in regards to title changes, I should mention that the recommendation for a title change is really based on ensuring that the title accurately reflects the work being performed, as well as being in alignment with industry standards. And then in terms of reclassification, that's really specific to the individual position or employee, and that recommendation is made when we find that the position better fits or the work aligns better with a different classification. So those were the overall findings and recommendations for the classification study. And once we complete the classification study, we then have that knowledge of the work being performed, the qualifications required to perform that work, and we carry that forward into conducting the total compensation study. The steps in terms of doing a total compensation study, as you can see, again, we started off with initial meetings with human resources and management to clarify scope and also start the discussion about determining the variables that we need determined in order to conduct the study itself. And the 3 variables that need to be determined are 1, the agencies that will be included in the survey. Secondly, the benchmark classifications or the classifications that we compare to the external market. And then finally, the benefits to be collected. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few slides to come. Once we have those variables determined, then we can go out and collect the data. We actually don't send out questionnaires to the other agencies to do the job matching on their side. We actually do all of the job matching ourselves. So we go out and collect budget documents, salary schedules, and memorandums of understandings, employment agreements, financial reports, and we go through all of this information to help us understand each of these comparator agencies, understand their organizational structure, how they understand their classification system, and how that compares to the town. The way we go about doing the job matching is that we go into it knowing that we're not going to find a 100% or exact match, because each agency is unique from one another based on their organizational structure, how they assign the work, as well as, the communities they serve. So there might be differences in terms of the organizational culture and structure. With that in mind, we do go into this with our approach to job matching is to have at least 70% similarity. And the factors that we look at and compare are the same job analysis factors that we looked at when we were studying each position within the town. So we'll look at factors like decision-making, complexity of work, supervisory responsibilities, budget responsibilities, qualifications, and working conditions as examples of some of those factors. Once we have all of the data collected, then what we typically do is have a review of that data by stakeholders. So there are questions maybe about certain matches, and we go ahead and receive that, those types of questions and feedback, and respond to those questions. And also through this process, what we also did was prepare and develop a new salary range structure and place each of the classifications into that structure using the market data that we collected. For those classifications that we didn't select to survey or compare to the external market, we placed them into the new salary structure, again using those job analysis factors and looking at internal relationships between the classifications that were not surveyed and those that were surveyed. The final step in the study process is then to provide a final report with some recommendations in regards to implementing the overall results. So I did want to spend a little bit about time about how we went about determining the variables for this study, because that's very, this is really the crux of the study in terms of conducting a total compensation study. And one of the main variables that needed to be determined was the comparator agencies that were included in the market survey. And the way we went about to determine which agencies would be included in the study, we started off with hearing from the town in regards to the agencies that the town has historically included in studies like this, as well as getting feedback from your employee groups in terms of agencies they potentially would have liked to see in the survey like this. In addition, we Koff and Associates recommended some agencies to look at as potentially included in the survey based on our experience doing this type of work. For each of the agencies, we then collected data related to population served, size in terms of number of employees and budgets, as well as looking at services and programs offered. And of course, we did look at various aspects related to geography, cost of living, and cost of labor. There was some customization with this analysis that we did do based on feedback from the town and the employee groups. And so there were other factors that were taken into consideration, like the transient occupancy taxes. So that was also a factor that was looked at. Our approach then is to look at all of the data collected and do an analysis to determine which of the agencies from this broad list that we start with is the most similar to the town. And based on that analysis, we ended up with the 12 agencies that you see listed here. The agencies include City of Davis, City of Elk Grove, City of Folsom, City of Grass Valley, City of Livermore, City of Pacific Grove, City of Petaluma, City of Reno, City of South Lake Tahoe, and then counties of El Dorado, Nevada, and Sacramento. The next variable that needed to be determined was the benefits data that would be reported and included in total compensation. And the benefits data that we collected are listed here. We surveyed and collected data on retirement by looking and comparing the classic tier related to retirement. And when we say classic tier, we mean that tier that was in place prior to the implementation of PEPRA or prior to January 1st, 2013. And so that was our consistent point of comparison across all agencies. In addition, we also collected information on Social Security and deferred compensation. For health insurances, we looked at family coverage level, again, to have a consistent comparison across all agencies. And we reported the dollar amount that the agency contributed towards health insurances, either as a cafeteria or flexible benefit amount or broken out as health, dental, and vision. Then in terms of leaves, we reported holidays, both observed and floating, vacation leave for an employee who has completed at least 5 years of service, so what their accrual is at starting their 6th year of service, and then any paid administrative or personal leave was also included in total compensation. Finally, the last sort of bucket of benefits that we included in total compensation included auto allowance, technology allowance, and uniform allowance. So all of these items, what we focused on was the employer contribution, and we reported this out in monthly dollar amounts. And these benefit amounts were then added to base salary to calculate total compensation. In terms of the overall findings and results of the total compensation study, we did select 61 out of the 89 classifications to survey. And so that's about 2/3, which is normally our standard number of classifications to survey, with the remaining 28 classifications. Though we did not collect market data on, we did bring them back into the study and did make salary range recommendations for those classifications as well. Overall, what we found was for the town in terms of base salary, the town was 10.4% below market, just looking at base salaries. And when we looked at total compensation, what we found was that the town was 6.2% below market. So what that tells us is that the town's benefits package puts the town in a more competitive advantage to the market as compared to base salaries alone. And there were a few benefits that we mentioned in the report that stood out in regards to putting the town in a more competitive advantage. And that really had to do with the classic retirement formula that's offered and deferred compensation contributions provided to non-sworn classifications, as well as in regards to sworn classifications, or at least sworn management. What we did see is that some of the other agencies had cost sharing in place for the employer contribution to PERS, as well as lower health insurance contributions. This next slide is just more of a graphical presentation of the overall market results, with the blue bars representing the base salary results and the orange bars representing the total compensation results. And really what this graph is measuring is just the number of classifications in terms of how much above or below the market the classification was found to be for base salary and total compensation. And really, in the green line that you see on the slide, that represents the market median, or the 0%, meaning being at market. So what you'll see is that with the blue, you'll see more blue towards the left of that green line. And then you'll see the orange, you'll start to see more orange on the right of the green line. And again, that just falls in line with the overall results that total compensation puts the town in a more competitive advantage as compared to base salaries. Once we have the market results and we know which either base salaries or total compensation puts the town in a more competitive advantage or position to the market, the next step is then to determine how to develop recommendations based on this market data. And the way we start off with is determining the compensation philosophy or the market data reference point. And for the study, our approach was to focus on the market median and use the total compensation market median results as that reference point. So we looked at total compensation. We also focused on the market median. And then the next step was to design the compensation structure or salary range structure. We actually didn't deviate from what the town has currently in place. So we retained the same structure that the town has in place, which includes salary ranges that are established with a 35% spread between the minimum and the maximum. And within that range, we established a control point, which was set at 25% above the minimum. So this is the exact same salary range structure that the town currently has in place. Step 3, after we have that compensation structure in place, or that range structure in place, is the next step is really then to place each of the classifications into a salary range. And again, we used the market median total compensation results to make that determination. And we placed each of the classifications that was surveyed into an appropriate salary range based on market results. For those classifications, the 28 that we did not collect market data on, we then placed those classifications in the range structure in relationship to a classification that was surveyed and placed based on market. An example of that might be, for example, we typically survey the journey level, or say, for example, an accountant 2. We then need to place the accountant 1 into the salary range. And so we did that based on relationship to the market results of the accountant 2, for example. Once that range placement, we do our range placement recommendations. Again, we based our recommendations based on market. Then there was a review with stakeholders of those recommendations. We had some questions, feedback. We responded to that, to the questions, took into consideration feedback, and made some revisions as necessary to those recommendations. With the final step really being then to move forward. Really, step 4 is the town step in regards to the overall process, and that is moving forward with implementation. Of course, as mentioned here, we are available in the future in terms of continued providing guidance, in terms of continued maintenance and administration of the recommended classification plan, as well as the compensation salary range structure. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Bonnie, did you have anything else to close out with? Or
I do have a presentation as well. I will be sensitive to time and not try and duplicate all of the technical data that Alyssa has so eloquently already shown us. Give me just one moment. Do I just move it? Okay, there we go. So as I mentioned, I'm going to, because Melissa's already provided much of the technical details, I'm just going to talk about the moments where we had town staff, the steering committee, and the department head team weigh in to help provide input into the process to try and make it as meaningful and robust as possible. So I'm going to start out, we had our steering committee, which was 2 representatives from each of our 3 employee bargaining groups. And they were really integral in this process, and we relied on them a lot. And it's a rather thankless task. It's a grueling process. So we'd like to thank all of the members of our steering committee for continuing to show up and have these hard conversations. But the steering committee helped us pick Koff and Associates right from the get-go. They helped us interview the candidates and pick Koff as the successful firm to move forward with this study. In addition, I wanted to highlight the role that employees played in really diving into the PDQ process and providing information to Koff through the interviews, through the surveys. They were very engaged, and one of Alyssa's coworkers actually mentioned that she was impressed by the quality of the work that the town employees put in. So after a lot of back and forth and Koff's engagement with the employees answering technical questions, we really were able to get to a point with the classifications where employees felt that their questions had been answered and that the work represented the work they do here at the town. So some of the outcomes that are different from our last classification study. So for one thing, this is an opportunity for the town to really look at the structure of our divisions and our organizations and make sure it still meets our needs and our future goals and future efficiencies that we can see. So based on some of those future organizational needs and promotional opportunities, we did create some new positions that are being added to the wage matrix. They're currently unfilled except for the deputy town clerk, who is joining us here tonight. And some of those have already been incorporated into the wage matrix, so we could recruit for those. But we did create new ones that will be in place for future needs. In addition, there were some council priorities that you guys had articulated in the budget process and through your goals that we created some new positions for to add into the matrix to address those concerns as well. We also moved back to more specialized classifications. So in 2014, with our previous comp and class study, we created some broad classifications. So for instance, a program or a administrative analyst 1 and 2. So we had to have a consistent description that we could use in all of our divisions. But what we found is in some of those classifications, we were having a hard time recruiting because the classification was so broad that it didn't capture the skills and knowledge required for some of the more specialized positions. So for this comp and class, the program coordinator is a great example. We had a program coordinator position, and we broke it out into housing, transportation, sustainability, DEI, and economic program manager positions to represent the knowledge and skills and abilities required for those more technical program manager level positions. So once Koff, we created a compensation plan. We looked at the structure, making sure we had any new classifications that we wanted to incorporate. Koff did the heavy lifting for us, and we started the compensation portion. So Alyssa did mention the kind of engagement we had with our steering committee, but they really mentioned in our meetings that, the agencies that we'd used historically to compare to didn't fully represent the town today, that we've experienced some significant changes in our community, and we wanted to have agencies that better reflected some of those unique Truckee characteristics. So some of the other factors that Alyssa didn't highlight were also adding expenditures per capita to highlight the fluctuating tourist economy, as well as median home prices to reflect our housing challenges here. So we in addition to listening to the employee groups' concerns about that. This list, which shows the final 12 agencies, also highlights if it has a little badge on it, it's one of the agencies that our police department recommended that we use as a comparison, and the little gems are from the general employees membership. So really making sure that we incorporated, they did a lot of research, they recommended agencies, and those actually did help us create this final list. So once we picked our agencies, we got buy-in from everyone. COF did the heavy lifting once again and compared our classifications to all the other market matches at the other agencies. And then we had some of the kind of meatier, heavier conversations here at the town. And I think part of the challenge with any comp and class study, and particularly here at the town, is we have amazing employees who really work really hard, value the work they do, and it's so hard to separate the person from the position. And it's a very emotional thing for a lot of employees. And this study, some of the market results, did alter some of our past internal alignments. And there's some classifications that, whether it was based on a market placement in a past study or an internal alignment, the market results from this study meant that classifications in the same range might have moved. And so it was hard to see other classifications move if yours didn't. There was also we tried to limit deviation from the market data. We really wanted to have a market-driven study to say, this is what the market is telling us we should be compensating our employees in these ranges for the work that they're doing. And we tried to avoid, whenever possible, value judgments so we can maintain fairness among classifications. And that's tough as well. There are some divisions that are really facing some hiring challenges. We've had those for specific positions all across the town. And so we wanted to make sure that we weren't kind of picking and choosing certain classifications and making changes based on our feelings about it rather than what the market data was telling us. However, the department head team did have, had a series of conversations, and they did recommend some changes. One of the most philosophical ones was that they felt that we needed to pay employees at least $20 an hour to be competitive in our local market. And so what the result of that was that classifications in ranges 6 through 13 were moved up one range above what the market originally placed them in. So that's a 5% increase. And we were able to do that without creating compaction through the rest of the organization. So without moving every range in the salary matrix up as well, up through the town manager. And then the department head team also did anchor some positions together based on the town structure. One example of this is in our organization, the department heads have ultimate responsibility for our organization and the decisions they make for their divisions. And we wanted to make sure that the matrix reflected that level of responsibility and scope of the jobs that they do. And that's just one example. So once the department head team had met, reviewed the market data, we went to council to ask for your support for the market data and changes, so that we didn't propose something to employees that we had to backtrack on later on. We wanted to make sure there was no surprises, and we were all on board for the data. And we released that proposed matrix to the employees. And as we expected, lots of employees had lots of questions. So COF responded to a lot of the technical questions about how you collected this benefit data. They also reassessed a lot of the matches they made at agencies to make sure if an employee questioned, this job doesn't sound similar to mine, can you relook at it? So they went back and looked at those again. And they also, at the request of the engineering department, added an additional benchmark classification because they have a very large job family, and they had few positions that had been surveyed. And that actually resulted in some changes to the engineering family of jobs and their placement in the matrix. So the department head team once again discussed COF's answers, discussed the final proposed matrix, make sure they could stand behind their recommendations in the study. And we once again came back to council to make sure you guys were on board for the changes as well. And then we, based on those conversations, finalized the wage matrix and are presenting it here today as part of COF's final study. So in addition to asking you to approve the final compensation and classification plans, I will also be asking you to adopt resolution 2022-65, which implements only the results of the classification study. So what this does is incorporates all of the changes to the job classifications. It incorporates new titles, or title changes. It incorporates new titles that haven't currently been in our wage matrix that were created, so that everything is included in there. But it does not make any changes, move any of the classifications within the ranges based on what COF has proposed and what's in the final report, because that portion of it will be done through the negotiation process. I also have to point out that I do have a typo in the resolution. I tried to place the transportation manager in the town manager classification to give him quite a pay bump. Unfortunately, the market data puts him in range 24 instead of 35. So I will ask you to adopt the resolution as corrected. Okay, so quickly, what's next? So we're excited to wrap up COF's portion of this. It's been a very time-intensive labor of love with COF and Associates, and then move on to what happens next for our employees. And we're excited to see how that plays out. So as you well know, Council, you've already approved opening negotiations early, so we can try and figure out how to implement the results of this. And we hope this study will be a tool to help guide those negotiations. The town didn't want to come in with an agenda on how to implement. We wanted to listen to the GEM and the Mid-Managers Association to see what their priorities were. And so we're hoping this can be a tool for them to pick the things that are most important to them in the broader negotiation process. And as you know, we've already completed the negotiations with the Police Officers Association based on this data. So when we complete negotiations with the mid-managers and the GEM, we'll bring back their MOUs for approval and any resultant salary range changes at that time. So with that, I will ask the council tonight to accept the COF's classification and compensation final reports and to adopt Resolution 2022-65, adopting all of these revised job classifications into our current fiscal year 2022-23 wage matrix as corrected on my previous slide.
Thank you very much for all that information. Really appreciate it. We will go to council questions. Councilmember Pallavi, any questions?
So I guess my one question, Bonnie, is how do we work within this matrix and within these parameters to be flexible to fill positions that we've been having a very challenging time to fill?
I think that's an excellent question. And so we're hoping that through the negotiation process, there might be some creative solutions for some of those positions that we are having a hard time filling. And larger, broader negotiating group for those classifications could propose things that might help those classifications specifically, or more broadly open to any ideas that might help with hiring and retention.
I think it's important to keep in mind that we are not in this bubble of we're not the only ones having a hard time recruiting and retaining employees. It's a national issue. We are open to creative solutions. I think we've thrown out some suggestions about maybe cert pays if you have certain licenses to drive heavy equipment or something like that. Could be more enticing to employees or future employees. But there is latitude to hire within the range. You don't have to hire at the bottom. And we offer that. It does create challenges for existing employees that have maybe been here for 5 years, and then a new employee coming in, getting paid more for them. It doesn't always feel very good. We keep having those conversations. We don't have a great solution.
And those wages are made public because they're within a classification. Their wages known necessarily, or no?
No, they're not.
It's such an awkward process.
Yeah, they're not advertised per se,
right.
But it has not been uncommon for other employees to find out via some form or another.
Sure, that's always a danger. Yeah.
And then how do we budget? I mean, we don't do signing bonuses. I know we've never done that in the past. That may or may not be one of the creative things you're referring to. I have no idea. But do we budget for employment attraction in some other way? Because it seems like we've had vacancies in certain positions for an extended amount of time. You're not telling me something I don't know. Like, I know it's a tough labor market. I'm in it every single day. So, at some point, where is there given flexibility, or we sort of just lock ourselves in, and that's sort of the nature of local government and sort of a matrix of this sort?
I think it's finding the balance. One of the challenges with hiring bonuses, for example, is you have a labor force of 130 employees right now that aren't going to get a bonus. And so how does that make them feel for their loyalty and to the organization? A new person coming in. I just saw a city down on the coast is offering a $30,000 signing bonus. That might entice people to come in, but it's going to also encourage people to leave that don't feel valued. So finding a balance of what works for those within the organization versus coming in. We're trying to provide more flexible work schedules. We have work from home on Friday and the positions that can accommodate that. We've offered 410s to positions that can accommodate that. You've noticed we have plenty of dogs running around in the office, which creates a nice atmosphere, kind of casual attire, the organizational culture benefits that we can offer. We certainly are supportive of those. We've had some other creative requests that we continue to look at to see how we can make work operationally.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, I was looking at the resolution we're being asked to adopt, and it lists the new classifications and then title changes, but it doesn't match the tables in the classification study. Should it match those tables 1 and 3, or not?
Some of those we had already adopted into the wage matrix and brought them to council at the time when we wanted to recruit for them. So those are not included in this resolution because they've already been incorporated into the matrix.
Okay, so the custodian and diversity, equity, inclusion, those have already been incorporated.
Correct.
Okay, and then the next thing on the pay comparison, or the cost of living, what was the geographical area that economic research used for determining cost of living?
Alyssa, do you think you could address that question?
Yes, can you repeat the question again?
Yes, what was the geographical area that economic research used to determine the cost of living? I'm speaking up because you're so far away.
So they actually do this based on, so the cost of living data is based on the specific location of the agency. So ERI is actually for a national, or they have information for the entire United States. The way we look up cost of living is based on the specific location of the agency. And so they do have most of the cities and towns within California within their database to provide cost of living information. If the population of a certain city or jurisdiction is small, they might not be within the ERI database. So what we typically do then is find the city or town closest to the actual agency that we're looking for cost of living information on.
Does that mean we don't, just sitting here right now, we don't know whether they use Truckee specific data?
Councilmember Zabriskie, so Truckee was used for the cost of living. Livermore was one of our agencies, so it was the cost of living in Livermore. Look up based on the comparable cities.
Okay, so specifically within the town's jurisdiction?
For the town of Truckee's cost of living, yes.
Okay. And then that was information's provided to the town? The town has that data?
It's included in the chart for our analysis. Yes.
We do, okay. And then on, we had a comment from Riley Morrison. Did staff already provide a response to him on his questions? Did these come up earlier and were they addressed?
Yes, they did. They came up. COF provided a written response back that was provided to. I don't recall exactly if Riley raised them, but the same questions were raised. Bonnie might recall if he did.
Yeah, the same questions were raised earlier.
Okay.
By the team.
Can you just briefly summarize what the responses were? Because it sounds like we did go along, staff didn't go along with all of his recommendations, at least not the ones in his memo.
So fundamentally what it boiled down to is there was no market reason to make an adjustment, is really what the essence was. It could be a decision that the town chooses to make in equity. And as we discussed it as a department head team, it's very hard to pull out a handful of classifications and say, we're going to make adjustments for XYZ reasons, but none of the other positions that are just as hard to fill and recruit for.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Klofstad?
No additional questions.
And Mayor Henderson, any additional questions?
No, thank you.
All right, I don't have any additional questions either. Opening public comment, no public. So we will close public comment and we will bring it back. Councilmember Pallavi.
I don't know that there's much deliberation. Does anybody else have any?
I just have a response back to one of your questions,
Yeah.
if you want. Especially, that graphic was really clear. When we look at our compensation, there was a 10% gap in just salary. But when we look at our compensation package, there's only 6-point-something%. And I actually remember this from a time when I lost an employee at the school district. They came to the town. And I was like, really? They pay less? And she pointed out, oh, no, you have to look at the whole compensation package. They actually pay a lot more of PERS and medical benefits. And I think that's what we really need to be helping people understand, that maybe the wages aren't better than where they are, but the benefit package really is. It's really, really strong benefit package. And we should be very proud of that we support that. And that's just the compensation. But then on top of it, we have this, the pay per performance, which is really unique in a public agency. That's something that you typically give up when you go from the private sector to the public sector. So it's also very unique that the town of Truckee has that offered here. And I would really just encourage staff to try to, in some way, get that across in the advertising and exploring of these positions with potential candidates and making sure that they really understand the full package of benefits.
Any other comments? Councilmember Zabriskie?
I just want to go back to the table for 1 second. In the resolution for new classifications, there's a construction inspector, but I didn't see him in table 3.
Or her.
True. How true.
So that one was actually listed as a title change from resident engineer. However, because we kept that classification, it's essentially an hourly senior engineer position. And we were just adding a construction inspector into the matrix as an additional option for employee, for our not seasonal, that's the wrong word, but for our employees that come and inspect during our construction season.
Okay.
So we left the other position in the matrix, so it doesn't correspond with the chart. You're absolutely correct on that, because it was a new position that we're adding and kept the other one in.
That's good enough for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Henderson, any comments?
Only to say thank you so much to everyone who's worked on this. This has been it's such a tricky process, and I know it can create angst, and I think being able to negotiate that and keep morale up is so incredibly important. So thank you for, all the technical details and pushing that forward on, the comp in class, but also just for sort of moving this forward amongst our town staff and having those open and transparent conversations with them.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I will just add thank you to staff for all the hard work on this, and for Coffin Associates, and for continuing to engage staff throughout this process. I think that's really important, so you can keep hearing that feedback. And, I appreciate Councilmember Klövstad's points, and also that you speak to creative ideas. It's not always just about salary. Salary is very important, but what are the other things we can provide as incentives for new employees and our current employees? So thank you for all the work on this. And with that, would anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Klövstad, you look like you would like to do it.
I was dying to, Vice Mayor. Yes, so I move that we adopt the Coffin and Associates Classification Study Final Report and the Total Compensation Study Final Report, and then adopt Resolution 2022-65, adopting the revised job classifications into the fiscal year 2022-23 wage matrix as corrected.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Right, one final item in our open session, and that is our council reports. Mayor Henderson, we will start with you.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of continued discussions around Measure V, a coffee chat, a radio debate with Supervisor Bullock, which was really nice and civil and respectful. I think it's a good example of being able to debate issues in a really generous, compassionate way. I also attended the Climate Transformation Alliance meeting, the mayor's managers meeting in Nevada City last week. We had I think this is since last time, our half-day Nevada County Sustainability Summit. I went to Big Truck Day and just loved seeing all of our community out at that. And of course, my 5-year-old loved it as well. I attended the Rotary's Cadillac Ball, which was another great community event, and thanked the Rotary for all of their work in that. And then had a conversation with Stephen Rose and Jeff Thornsby at the county about the Beale Air Force Base and engagement with some of our Air Force men and women, and how to develop some better community cohesion with them as well. Of course, they're not directly in Truckee, but thinking about regional approaches. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pallavi.
I met with owners of the Jaboom Street project, Mr. Dollywall with the gas station over on Deerfield Drive. Had a number of meetings and conversations with the Friends of the Truckee Waldorf School and the Little Gems preschool. What else have I done? Tahoe Backcountry Alliance had a gathering in Truckee that was really great. Met with Mountain Area Preservation. We did a coffee talk on Measure V. We had a Visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting. And there's some interesting stuff coming out of that, potentially some recreation funding coming down from the county, going towards some Johnson Canyon projects, in addition to sort of formalizing our sort of stewardship funding matrix, if you will. And then, mixing campaign stuff, met with Jesse and some of our senior citizens over at their place. I don't know. The campaign seems to be going on, and Election Day can't come soon enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Klövstad.
Hello. Yes, a few of the same things. Nevada County Sustainability Summit. That was awesome. Had a meeting with Kelly Cutler of Contractors Association. Enjoyed the Truckee Historical Haunted Tour. That was hilarious. Where the barber was going to vote for Anna Klövstad. I loved that. Climate Transformation Alliance, which was fantastic. We had a huge showing. How many did we decide we had? 70-ish people. Double what we had, more than double what we had last time. That was very inspirational. And Truckee River Day, I got to work on the lagoon area at Donner State Park. And I really encourage everybody to go by and take a look at it. That place is transformed. It was truly the area that was so obviously loved to death over the last 4 or 5 years. And they fenced it off, and we mulched it and seeded it and covered it in pine cones or pine needles. And I'm just so excited that I get to literally walk there every week and watch it transform. So check it out. And then, let's see, there were a couple other, I did a Lake Tahoe Lunch and Learn where I got to talk about our CEQA Qualified Climate Action Plan, which was pretty fun. Coldstream Roundabout, you forgot that, Mayor. And Chamber Mixer at Piper Gallery, Cadillac Ball, Big Truck Day. Yeah, it was all great. That's enough. Can we go to bed now? Oh, Climate Transformation Alliance Governing Partners meeting today, too.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Joined in on Truckee River Day, plugging holes in a cut bank in the Martis Valley, and then going to Granite Creek to see all the exhibits there and the interactions. I spoke to the board of the Glenshire Homeowners Association about the general plan update, and their questions tended to focus on housing, safe travel on roads with bikes, safe bike travel, and then met with Alexis and Sophie of MAP to talk about the EIR.
Thank you. And I will just add, I was at Coldstream Roundabout grand opening with a few of you. Big Truck Day, incredible. My 2-year-old loved it. Sand pile and the TART bus were the highlights for him. Met with Mountain Area Preservation, Sophie and Alexis as well, talking about general plan. And then last week I attended a 2-day public engagement training with the Institute for Local Government, which was really interesting and excited to utilize some of those strategies moving forward. And so with that, we will adjourn to closed session.